Hello, everybody. We are live for Secret Summit, our very first Secret Summit, starting on time here, right at the top of the hour, as promised. We decided to hold Secret Summit because we wanted to feature everything secret, everything that's been happening in our ecosystem over the past year, or more than a year, of course. This project dates back pretty far. We've been thinking about issues with privacy and blockchain since at least 2015. We've been building in the space since at least 2017. And we've been on mainnet with private smart contracts since September 2020. So it's taken us this long to get to our first digital summit, Secret Summit, but that's because we're finally at a place where not only can we be showing off what's been built at the protocol level, we can be showing off what's been built at the application layer. We have a lot to feature today. We're featuring talks from the core labs team of the protocol, Secret Labs, as well as its founder, Guy Zyskind. We're featuring talks from our DApp ecosystem, where you're going to see featured applications from mainnet to production and testnet. And all of these things have come together in a way that's just thrilling to see, from the days where we were just some of the first people talking about the idea of privacy on blockchain. Now here's what's possible, that the foundation exists for everyone to build on top of that. We're really thrilled to have all of you joining us today from all over the world. We've had over 1,000 RSVPs from people. It's really amazing to see the engagement from the secret community. Many of you are joining from around the Cosmos ecosystem, or maybe around privacy communities. And I'm excited to say that we also have some panels that we're going to be featuring today from both of those communities. We have incredible speakers from the Cosmos, like Zeki Manian and Jack Zampolin. We have incredible speakers from the privacy ecosystem, representing projects like Zcash, Aztec, and NIM, and others. I'm thrilled to say that we also have over an hour of content featuring applications in our ecosystem. That's really important to us, because part of Secret's mission is to have pragmatic privacy solutions adopted at scale. And the only way to do that is to have incredible builders contributing to our application layer, driving global adoption of privacy-first applications, showing people that there is a way to combine permissionlessness and privacy to build sustainable technologies that serve people all around the world in ways that Web 2 technologies never did, and that Web 3 technologies currently cannot. So with all that said, I'd also like to give a couple thank yous right off the top before we get into our program. First of all, thank you to the incredible team at Secret Foundation who helped to put on this event, who have structured this stream for all of you, who have structured the programming. Their hard work has contributed directly to the program you're about to see today. Thank you to everybody in our ecosystem who did the hard work to create the content that you're about to see. Thank you, of course, to our media partners as well, who helped promote this event inside and outside the Secret ecosystem. We're thrilled to have your support. And thank you, of course, to all of our panelists who are joining us. We'll thank you again more later when we get to those panels, but it is your participation in Summit and also your partnership and friendship outside of Summit that we really rely on. So thank you. It's deeply appreciated. So I'm ready to now start introducing the very first speaker in our program, somebody that I've known since 2015 when we were both at MIT together. And really, he is the cornerstone and foundation on top of which this entire ecosystem has been built. He's the author of the original white papers, including Decentralizing Privacy, that underlie the entire concept of Secret. And now those papers have thousands of citations. They have become foundational not only for Secret's ecosystem, but everything built in the privacy space for blockchain. I'm really thrilled to have him here giving the Secret State of the Union, to give an update both on Secret Labs' own development and his vision and our collective community vision for the future of the chain and our ecosystem. It gives me great pleasure to introduce him. Guy Zyskind, founder and CEO of Secret Labs, please welcome to the stage.
Hey, thank you very much, Thor. Okay. So thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. There's no one more apt to do this than you after the long time that we've worked together. I'm personally very excited. This is the first ever Secret Summit. It's long overdue, and I have to thank the foundation and everyone in the community who organized this. They've insisted on doing it before year-end, and I think that was the right call, but it was an unbelievable undertaking. So first of all, thank you very much for everyone, and thank you very much for everyone who's listening in. And let me dig into it, right? So I guess the fair thing to say is that this is a special kind of talk for me. And the reason is that while I'm going to touch a little bit about the basics and what we've done today at Secret, the goal is really to talk about the future. The goal is to talk about where we're going, what we've achieved, but mostly where we're going in the next 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, and actually a decade plus, because this is the kind of ambition that we still have as a community, and I have personally, and Secret Labs as a whole has as one of the teams in the network. But let's start with the very, very basics. If you look at blockchains today and the state of things, then there are really three core issues that kind of prevent blockchains and Web3 from crossing the chasm, from going mainstream. And those are obviously scalability. That's what everyone works on today. The other one is privacy. I mean, if you're here, then you at least are a bit curious about that, and that is obviously our focus. And the last one is user experience. Now, I think we're at a turning point, right? Because in the last few years, all of the focus was put on scalability, and I think now the focus is shifting on privacy. And that is exciting because finally the ecosystem is mature enough to kind of tackle what I feel is the actually harder problem. I think privacy is a harder problem to solve than scalability, but it's equally important. And user experience, we'd all agree that user experience in crypto is not great. And we also would, my perspective is that we're not even able to solve it yet. Like, to solve user experience, we first have to solve the first two problems, then we can move forward. But once we complete that triangle, then it's game on for Web3. So in our corner of the earth, we're focused on privacy. And the question I get quite often is, why privacy? Why even privacy at all? There's this misconception, and I get it a lot, where people are saying, I don't care about my privacy, I'm an open book. Some even go as far to say that privacy is just useful for criminals. Now, the obvious explanation there is that, look, privacy is a basic human right. We should not give up on our privacy. This is something that is fundamental to who we are and where we are. But with that said, this is still a very, very narrow view of what privacy is. Because as a matter of fact, privacy, in my book and by our philosophy, and just by any example that you can see, equals functionality. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is that there's just a lot of use cases. There's so many things where we take privacy for granted, and even if we don't care about our privacy, we simply wouldn't be able to do those use cases without the system that we're operating on, without the digital system that we're using to have privacy as a first-class citizen. And there are infinite number of examples. One of them is, private e-voting or sealed bid auctions, or even games. I might be a poker player and I may not even care about my own data privacy, but it doesn't matter. Like, if people see my hand at the beginning of the game, there's no game, there's no poker game. And this is actually true for any game where you have like opponents and kind of like a player versus player or a team versus team kind of situation. And there are many other use cases like identity, like even MEV protection and censorship resistance, where people are now kind of like waking up to the fact that these cannot be resolved without resolving the underlying privacy problem. Now, maybe that sets up the stage and the motivation, but maybe let's spend just one slide about what we've achieved today. And it was very challenging to condense it to one slide. And there's like maybe 5 hours of content today that is going to cover that in more depth. But just very, very quickly, I personally feel, and I think many would agree, that what Secret has achieved in the last few years is quite remarkable. And the reason is that even today, after 2.5 years of being in production, Secret is still the first and only blockchain with smart contract privacy. It's the only one when you can essentially run any computation securely, like in a blockchain setting, but over data that is sensitive, over data that you can see, and you can define exactly what data you cannot see and what data you are okay with making public. And there's been tens of thousands of contracts utilizing those capabilities deployed by many teams. We'll hear from some of them today. And there's been over 1 million private computations made utilizing those abilities. And maybe even a more impressive number is that those private computations, those contracts, they've handled billions and billions of dollars of value in those private computations. These are things that were not possible before Secret. But like I said, I'm here to talk about what's next, less about like what we've done. And this is something that's been, let's say, in our head for at least 5 years. Even when we kind of were building Secret in the very early days, this was something that was brewing. And we always said that eventually we'll get to a stage where we're mature enough to expand beyond trusted execution environments, beyond our current tech stack, beyond our current set of use cases. And I think that day is actually coming today or in 2023. So Secret 2.0 starts and focuses on a new set of technologies that we're going to integrate into Secret, but it then kind of expands onto other things like moving from a single chain model to potentially a constitution chain model where all of them are interconnected. And this is also, and this is something that I have to thank our amazing community. So together with the community, we basically internalize all of the many lessons that we learned at Secret about tokenomics, about what worked within Secret 1.0, what didn't work. And we kind of came up with a plan, which I think is much more effective going forward. Now let's focus on the tech first. And I'm going to try to keep it high level, but I do have to get to some basic level of depth. And I think this is important. But if you don't get all of it, it's fine. I'll make clear what the take-home messages are. So, when you look at private computation, when you look at privately computing stuff on the blockchain, the thing that immediately pops up in people's head is zero knowledge. And I think the first important thing is to address zero knowledge as an amazing tool, but also to acknowledge what's the current state and what is still currently lacking. So zero knowledge are an amazing innovation. They've done a tremendous, like an unbelievable advancement in the last 10 years. They've become from something that is really a theoretical tool that no one thought would be efficient enough for real world usage to something that is improving on an unbelievable scale and an unbelievable rate. And for a technology that was originally notoriously known or infamously known for being unscalable, it's kind of ironic that it's actually emerging as the winning solution through ZK rollups to the whole scaling problem of blockchains. That itself is an amazing achievement. And zero knowledge proofs are also great for specific use cases of privacy that involve a single user. But the common misconception is that they simply cannot solve privacy where you have more than one user present in the computation. And as many would agree, when you're thinking about smart contracts, and a blockchain, that's an environment, that's a multi-user environment. That's an environment that combines data from many users, potentially thousands of tens of thousands and more. But the point is that even if you just have 2 users, you cannot run a private computation over 2 users' data with zero knowledge. And I'll give you a very simple example. Imagine that you have a private auction contract. And you want to make sure that the contract checks who the highest bid is, but never reveals the bids even after the execution it does. It only announces who what was the winning bid. Now, I actually asked, okay, so first of all, this is a trick question. Like if you go ahead and ask and think about how you can solve that with zero knowledge, the answer is that you simply can't. Like there's no way. Zero knowledge by definition require you to join all of your data together, to send all of your data together to some centralized party or trusted third party. Maybe it's one of the users, maybe it's an external party, but that party has to kind of see all the data for everyone in together. You kind of have to trust them. Not kind of, you explicitly have to trust them. And I actually asked this several people working on zero knowledge proofs, and I got from several of them the answer that, again, it's a trick question, but the answer that you can actually solve it with zero knowledge proofs. You just need to maybe write a more complicated ZK circuit or a more complicated ZK system. And that is fundamentally wrong. And I think we as an ecosystem in Web3, not just in Secret, but in general, we should be very clear in educating the public on what the limitation of each technology is, because that's how we actually move and make progress faster. Now, this kind of builds to the bigger picture where, just like in the invention of a blockchain, it wasn't enough to just build a proof of work or proof of stake or Merkle trees to the solution. You needed a set of technologies. The same thing here. If you want to build a privacy-preserving blockchain that is the best, then it's not enough to use a single tool. You actually need to use a toolkit. And the goal of Secret 2.0 is basically to take the most common classes of solutions in the literature from the past, let's say 40 years, and compose them together in a way that kind of builds the best privacy tech stack. And on a very high level, just so people kind of get the basics of why you can't use a single solution. So we already touched zero knowledge proofs. We already said that if you have more than one user, then you gotta trust some data manager to see all the data, which is not a desired situation. And then when you use trusted execution environment, which everyone knows is what Secret currently uses today, then I do still think that for many use cases, it's fine. But if you have more higher sensitivity data, or you're okay with maybe taking a performance degradation, then you would actually want to probably combine that technology with other cryptographic building blocks like MPC and FHE and zero knowledge proofs. Now the question, okay, zero knowledge proofs alone, they're not perfect for this. T's maybe not perfect for this. I would argue they're better for the general computation, but still not perfect. So there's this crazy tool set called MPC, which stands for multi-party computation, and FHE, which stands for fully homomorphic encryption. It's kind of nice that all of these acronyms are three-word acronyms. I don't know if this is intentional or not, but anyway, with MPC and FHE, and I'm talking about a specific part of FHE, which is threshold FHE. At the end of the day, the trust model is that you don't need to trust a single entity, like in the zero knowledge proof situation, but you do have to trust a network. So this is very similar to how a blockchain works. In a blockchain, you trust that the majority of the validators don't collude. And in MPC and FHE, you basically need to trust that, again, the majority of validators don't collude here as well. But there's a very distinct difference, and this is why we trust blockchains to work, and we can trust MPC FHE as it is. You can trust MPC and FHE as it is, because at the end of the day, the attack vector is much simpler. In blockchain, let's say in Cosmos, if 1/3 of the validators don't produce blocks, then the chain halts, and it's very easy to see who produced blocks and who didn't. So there's accountability. There's actions you can take. The system also breaks explicitly. With privacy, that's not the case. What happens is that those validators, they can just go off-chain, they can open a Telegram group, and they can just share their keys or their shares of their keys together, and they can de-anonymize and break the encryption of the entire network, and no one would know. There's no repercussions, there's no accountability, and it's very simple. And for that reason alone, combining MPC and FHE with T's that's probably the winning solution. And you also need zero knowledge proofs a bit, but the main components are T's combined with MPC and FHE, because T's make it very, very hard, extremely hard, to extract data from the enclave, now you've just made it exponentially harder to break like the majority of validators in the network. They can't just open a Telegram group and share their data in the clear. Now, MPC is very broad, FHE is very broad, but the way we kind of envision this is in kind of two angles. So we envision this on the bottom-up angle, and that is the MPC angle. So instead of building general compute MPC, then what we're actually gonna do is we're gonna start to add like the lowest hanging fruit, the kind of like specific MPC technologies into Secret that actually enable the most use cases with the highest level of security and the highest level of performance. And that is actually something that, and we actually researched this a lot, and we realized that that specific set, first frontier, first set of technologies is threshold cryptography. I actually envision the threshold cryptography specifically is gonna become a big deal in many of the blockchains. And I think Secret's goal should be to, kind of spearhead that effort in its own. Now, threshold cryptography basically does a simple thing. It allows, it only focuses on signatures, like signing transactions, and encryption, decryption, right? And when it comes to encryption, decryption, and signing, then the idea is that anyone can verify a signature, that's still public. Everyone can encrypt data, that's still public. But the private key itself, the decryption that uses the private key, or the signing that uses the private key, that's done in a distributed manner. So the keys are split across all of the validators. That is the MPC part. And then the key is never reassembled in a single place. You can produce signatures, you can produce decrypted values without actually creating a single point of failure. Now, when it comes to, let me give you a concrete example because this may not be very clear from the get-go, but let's take private voting. You can do private voting on Secret today, and we've done it. But if you want to hear about a hardened version that uses cryptography plus T's, then the way it's gonna work is as follows. You're gonna write a private voting contract, and it's gonna look the same. If you've ever seen a Secret contract, it's gonna look very much the same. But that contract on the back end would essentially initialize a new key pair, a private key and a public key, but the private key would be shared by all of the validators as mentioned, and it never would exist in one place. And our users, as usual, they know the public key so they can encrypt their votes, and the vote should be 1 and 0, say like 1 if they're voting for a specific contender or applicant, and 0 otherwise. And here is where you actually use zero knowledge proofs, because users, if you don't use zero knowledge proofs here, then users can arbitrarily cheat, right? They can encrypt a value of like 10 or minus 15, and you would never know. So this is an example where zero knowledge have to be integrated and are very effective, but they're just part of the solution. And then validators can just tally the votes as usual, because the encryption scheme is not a regular encryption scheme, it's a homomorphic encryption scheme. So this would actually work with the underlying cryptography changes, but from a developer point of view, this would look like the same voting contract that you see today. And at the time of revealing the vote, when the vote is done, then the validators can participate in threshold decryption protocol, where essentially they just decrypt the result of the computation, which gives you the end result, like each candidate, how many votes they got. And the important part is that you see it's the same user experience that we have in Secret 1.0, but this already combines MPC, zero knowledge proofs, homomorphic encryptions, NTs, all in one to create a much better and much more robust system. And the goal is really to expand way, way beyond that. I'm done with the very technical piece, and now I'm going zooming out and going high level again. But the point is that, we're gonna build all of these into Secret as well, but we also believe in this idea that's very natural for Cosmos, where you, instead of having like a single chain, over time, Secret would actually horizontally expand to a constellation of chains model. Now, these chains are going to be tightly integrated with each other in ways that benefit both, and Secret would be the gravitational center of all of these. So, for example, we're looking into a fully homomorphic encryption chain, and that chain would probably have some kind of interchain security-like model between Secret and that other chain. And there are many, many other chains that we can think about. Some of them can be developed internally. Some of them can be supported internally by Secret Labs, by others. And many of them can actually be completely external. I think the only stickiness that needs to be important in the constellation is to make sure that any constellation chain shares the same privacy, private compute values, privacy mission that Secret shares. And now the last part that I want to talk about is what does this mean for tokenomics? And I really think that we came up with something that would actually have been much more optimal. Like if we were designing Secret from the get-go, this is what we would do. That's the idea. And the key features for what we came up with, and this is not my own word, this is like, again, I can't thank enough the dozens of people in the community who've commented and worked on this. But the main properties of this is that we wanna enable growth. And the way to enable growth is by setting up domain-specific funds that propel that growth, that kind of, let's say, help Secret grow in the places where it had the most trouble growing. And then the others idea are that it doesn't matter what we do short term, within like a few years, inflation is gonna decrease, and it's gonna decrease not rapidly but gradually to make sure that this is something that is easy for everyone to get used to. But at the same time, it's been done in a way that, which in my opinion is really important, that makes sure that stakers are always ROI positive, which means that they're never diluted by inflation. They always continue to outpace inflation in any year, even year one, even year two, short term, long term. Now, the new funds part is probably the most exciting one. The new funds portion is, I'd say, highly motivated by the successful Terra Developer Fund that the community launched about 6 months ago. For those who don't know, the community passed a vote that we proposed, but everyone luckily were in favor of, to basically help Terra developers that want to onboard or migrate to Secret to do so. And this was intentionally a limited 12-month program. And so far, that program has yielded amazing results, in my opinion. There are at least five approved teams, and these are very successful teams. They're all building. Some of them have launched. And we only had to deploy 25% of the overall funds to get them. And I find that as a success because it was very important for us to make sure that funds are not misused and that are used properly. And I think the key portion also to understand is that those funds are milestone heavy. So at most 25% of that fund will be allocated for those teams, but it's done on a milestone to milestone basis, and it's going to be over time and only when there's presentable ROI for the community. And building on top of that, the idea is to launch 3 new funds. One of them is the Growth Fund. So the Growth Fund is this, let's say, Secret's version of like a Google X, a VC fund. A VC fund is like the wrong term. It's the kind of fund that would specifically target high growth, high value acquisitions, mostly related to the constellation chain model. So the idea would be to identify, fund new kind of groundbreaking chains like FHE chain and others that would get funding from Secret and align them with the Secret mission and Secret values and also Secret stakeholders. And then there's the Developer Fund, which is meant to be an extension of the Terra Fund to all kinds of developers and all kinds of use cases. And the third one is the Incentive Fund, which is meant to assist primarily DeFi apps, but not only, in their first days, right? The idea is to give them some initial bootstrap incentives model to kind of help them bootstrap liquidity, help them bootstrap TVL, or help them bootstrap engagement in many other ways that we can't even think about yet. And I just want to kind of finish with what the timeline is for Secret 2.0. So this is the first time that we're actually revealing a concrete timeline for this. So we spent the last 6 months doing research into this, developing this with the community, and then bringing this to, let's say, the public domain about a month ago. And we're setting up another month for feedback. So if you go on chain and I'll share the link immediately, then that's the place you can read the full proposal. And you should comment on it, because the idea is that on January 15th, the window to respond closes, and we take all the feedback and we synthesize that into a white paper. And 10 days after that, Secret 2.0 proposal comes on chain. And that is going to happen in a little over a month, on January 25. And that is when Secret 2.0 clock starts to run. And that is when we actually start to deploy this amazing brand new vision. Now, what's your main action? So obviously get involved in the discussion. If you want to help more actively, just DM me on Twitter or Telegram, and I will point you in the right direction. There's a lot to do in Secret 2.0, and there's a lot to help. And maybe the easiest, but maybe the most important call to action is to educate others about Secret 2.0. So people know Secret today. Many people know Secret. Many people understand Secret as it stands today. But I feel that still very few people understand what Secret 2.0 is going to grow to be. And I think that is up to us as a community to actually spread the message and make sure that this is a vision that a lot of people can rally around. And thank you very much. This is, again, the most exciting conversation I think I've had since we launched Secret Network.
Guy, thank you so much. I'm thrilled to see not only the past and the present, but also the future reflected. And I think this is the first time publicly that we've shared a substantial portion of this material. How did it feel?
It felt great. Just working on this, there's so much that had to be left out, because obviously this is dense, but that's the point. This is a 10-year vision, and people have to understand that.
Well, as we all know, privacy's been a multi-decade battle already, so what's another couple decades more? So thank you, Guy, for the presentation. And again, thanks for everything that you've done to build the ecosystem to this point. It's very appreciated. We will see you again very shortly. We'll see Guy moderating our privacy panel, but we're not quite there yet. First, we have to do another really exciting panel. So I'll be leading into that in just a moment. We're going to leave these links up here for just a second. Oh, I guess not. Well, I was going to tell you guys to go and follow through to everything that Guy said. In the meantime, yes, perfect. Go check out the Secret website. Go check out the code on our GitHub. Go join the community at chat.scrt.network. All these links are here for you to be able to keep engaging with Secret past the summit. And of course, we will be publishing this video to YouTube after the summit concludes. There's been some requests for the slides to be shared. I don't really think there's any issue with that. Maybe they'll end up on the Secret forum at forum.scrt.network. Either way, we would just love to have people continue and engage on Secret 2.0 after this presentation and with the entire future of the project. Clearly, it's taking a village. It's taking a global movement of privacy pioneers to build this community and to build this ecosystem. And as Guy said, there's never been a better time to get involved, and it's never been more impactful. So let's take down those links. I'll go in and I'll start introducing our next guests on our Cosmos panel. So as Guy's saying, this interoperability vision, this vision of building in the Cosmos is essential to Secret's vision for the future. And our decision to build in the Cosmos ecosystem was driven by the incredible developers that are in that ecosystem, the technical vision that's existed for Cosmos since inception. It gives me great pleasure then to invite in for this panel some of the most experienced builders and some of the most respected builders in the Cosmos. We're going to be talking about Cosmos itself in general and interoperability, but we're also going to specifically talk about the role of privacy and the role of secret in the growth of the Cosmos. We're very excited to have all these people in one place. Even if it's digitally, it really excites me. Please join me in welcoming Ethan, Zyskind, Dean, and Jack, who are going to join me on this digital stage. And I'll be moderating this panel, but really we're here to see them. So thanks to all of you gentlemen for joining us here today. Say hello, but then I'll call on you one-on-one for introductions, but it's really thrilling to see all of you here with me.
Hey, Tor.
Hello, hello.
Hi, everyone.
I was just waiting for Jack to get back to his chair.
Yes.
Just making sure sound isolation is optimal. Hello, everybody.
Yes, we've now entered the sensory deprivation chamber that is Secret Summit. So welcome, everybody. Let's go around into our introductions, I guess in the order in which you appear on the screen. So from Ethan to Zyskind to Jack to Dean, introduce yourself and your project really briefly, and then we'll go straight into my questions.
Cool. I'm Ethan. I guess my project is Cosmos. Been building that for like 6 years, if not longer, depending on how you count. These days, I'm CEO of Informal Systems. We're one of the biggest core Cosmos developers, leading Tendermint and Cosmos Hub development, interchain security, and IBC. The Hermes relayer, and we do a lot of security audits, formal verification. We run a validator. And nowadays we're pushing a new approach to economics and finance that we call collaborative finance, or CoFi. So we've been publishing more and more about that.
I'm Zyskind, longtime Cosmos contributor. I work on a project called Sommelier Finance. Also work with everyone else on everything else. Yeah.
Hey guys, my name is Jack Zamplin. I'm the founder and CEO of Strangelove. We do a lot of IBC work and sort of generically contribute to a lot of different Cosmos open source, including projects like Juno and Osmosis and the Cosmos Hub.
I'm Dean Tribble. I'm CEO of Agoric, and I'm either the earliest to the party here or the latest to the party here. I've been working on large-scale distributed systems and smart contracts since the late 80s, but we're building a Cosmos-based chain to do smart contracts in JavaScript for the other 15 million developers on the planet that don't program in Rust or Go.
Well, Dean, you were at the first IBC meeting before we had a line of code written or a single line of spec. So I think you were early.
Fair enough.
We're all early, but that's really early.
Yeah. Everybody that's listening is early.
Yes, but it's amazing because yes, these are, it's crazy to see, right? Like just like how in the secret ecosystem, like we were writing about privacy, there was no code on chain, there was no mainnet for at least 5 years since the original white papers were written from 2015 to 2020. That's how long it took to get to this L1 universe. And then similarly with Cosmos, like all these ideas were out there, but it did get to mainnet. And now proof of stake, DPoS, governance, and IBC, these are all live technologies. It's unbelievable. Most ecosystems never get to that point, never get past the white paper phase. So I think there's a huge amount of respect in the secret ecosystem and beyond for what's been accomplished in the Cosmos, specifically because it's a culture of shippers, specifically because this is production tech that started as a dream with people in a room and ended up being something that's now being used to secure billions of dollars in value and a ton of different app chains that are active globally. So congratulations to all of you on the long-term vision that's already been accomplished. But with that said,
just like one quick point on that. There's a good way to do software. Get software out in front of users and continue to iterate on it. And I think that like, I always go back to this MIT talk Zyskind gave, but this was the culture in Cosmos long before that. And it's sort of carried by everyone here. And so many ecosystems have ignored that. And really the only way to ship something big and hairy and ambitious is to ship, iterate, and sort of like continue building towards the direction. And that's what we've been doing for years. And, Secret's also been following a very similar path as well. So love that.
Well, thank you for that. And yes, of course, it's an iterative process and it never ends.
Secret is one of the first networks on the Cosmos, in sort of the Cosmos ecosystem, that like really sort of modified the stack in a pretty in a pretty like deep way, right? To like to bring in the enclaves, to bring in SGX was like the deepest modification that we saw to date. And Secret 2.0 is like, again, a remix of a whole bunch of Cosmos technologies in a very different way than like the way interchain security is being shipped on other chains. But like this is the value of like these composable technical primitives, and and having a platform that like people can extend in directions that like are an easy direction, easily extend in other directions.
I think that leads me well to my first question then, my first structured question for all of you, because we keep using this word, Cosmos. And my first question for all of you might be my hardest question, because it's descriptive of the ecosystem, it's descriptive of the Cosmos Hub, it's descriptive of Cosmos SDK, which underlies everything that we're talking about here, all these technologies and the extension of that stack. So let's not spend too much time on this, but I would like you to start with this hard question. How do you define Cosmos?
Since I'll start,
Yeah,
right?
start with
How do you
you.
define Earth, right? Well, it's the planet, it's the people, it's a rock that I can throw at you, right? That sort of thing. So to me, as a platform building with Cosmos SDK, as an early contributor to IBC, to me, Cosmos is the extended connected ecosystem, either using Cosmos SDK or Tendermint or IBC, right? Because it sort of loosely covers the interchain, and it's sort of the people that are all working on that shared vision of independent platform systems, all connected, secure blockchains, all connected with the extended interchain to make this loosely coupled growing secure system, rather than there being sort of one pyramid or chain or empire. So that's my latecomer interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, I think of Cosmos as fundamentally a philosophy of political economy, and which also means of blockchain design. So it's first and foremost an approach to doing things, an approach motivated by sovereignty and interoperability as sort of the fundamental values for how we build systems and sort of empower communities to to develop infrastructure and applications that serves their values, that serves their needs, and that allows them to reflect and express themselves, in the ways they see fit. But of course, it's also a particular technology stack for achieving all of that. And that philosophy is sort of imbued throughout the whole stack to enable sovereignty, sovereign expression of political economic values, and interoperability between these, distinct sovereign zones. So, there's really a sort of larger story about political economic expression and what we're working towards in terms of empowering communities to engage more directly and have more control over their political economies, rather than being subservient to particular platforms or particular tokens or economic models. They can sort of decide for themselves how they want to engage and who they want to engage with and how, and so on.
What I would add to that is, over the last 2 years, I think Cosmos has become a little bit more grounded in sort of reality than its sort of pure philosophical roots, because it has become a community of people who are engaged in a certain set of political discourse with each other, and there are political battles about who gets to run a naming service, and what vision for Atom is correct, and we are at some point, to a certain extent, Cosmos is a culture and a society, right? And that's also sort of a big definition of what it is that is Cosmos. It is just like people who choose to locate themselves in the world of blockchain and the world of open source software, connected to this society of people, and choose to keep putting energy into that society. And so, yeah, I mean, that is ultimately like what Cosmos is right now. Is it's the people who are trading bad kids on Stargaze, and people who are yield farming on osmosis, and people who are IBCing like madmen, and people who are dodging rug pulls from crazy new chains that get started. And that is where and people who work on Tendermint and Cosmos and relay IBC packets and argue about all of these things.
I think that I love all of these answers, and it's very true. I think the one that I've seen recently that I would just bring in here to add is that Cosmos is a design pattern around modularity and interoperability in blockchain and sovereign systems. And you see this from Tendermint, and we're expanding IBC now to other sort of sovereign blockchain ecosystems. You also see this within Cosmos with things like Celestia and Wormhole, which is going to be a Cosmos chain, and Axelar. These sort of modular and interoperable design patterns are, I think, a huge part of what Cosmos is. Zacky's definition reminded me of a network state as well, which I've sort of increasingly started thinking of Cosmos as.
A good definition of people who are of what is Cosmos is the group of people who debate what is Cosmos.
I like it. That's how you do a transition. Yes. No. This sounds very like Hofstadter's. Like,
I don't think anyone who's not part of Cosmos cares what is about this debate, but for people who are part of Cosmos, people care.
I really love this self-referential definition. It really speaks to the fact that like this is a self-contained system that no one can truly understand without being within the same self-contained system. So that aside, a perfect transition actually, Jack, given your prompt here. I wanted to get straight into this keyword, interoperability. And maybe that's a little bit easier to define than this big sweeping word Cosmos. So interoperability. What does interoperability actually look like for all of you? You know, with chains talking to each other, with assets moving or contracts being called. What is it about the vision of IBC specifically that makes it such a powerful technology and an interesting technology in the context of just interoperability, the concept?
Yeah, I have a very quick answer on this, and it's re-enabling composability and sort of like permissionless innovation. When you expose an API on the internet, anyone can go call that, subject to your rate limits and IP blocks. And within IBC, I think that's the world we're moving to. This is the only way to build truly globally scalable systems. And I think that we've seen over and over again with these attempts to build monolithic L1s where everything lives within one shared execution environment. There's obvious downsides to that architecture, and the only other way forward is through something that looks like the internet, and turns out we've got it. So that would be my answer.
I mean, it was fun. So before Osmosis, before the IBC go to market, right? You know, we were, you know, the vision of Cosmos was always this, you know, always included this independent machines or chains, loosely coupled communicating over IBC. And, you know, we all sort of had that internal vision, as did, you know, much. I mean, that was what got people excited about Cosmos, is they got that. And that was what a future, you know, that's what a future would look like. Right. And we all worked for years on this IBC stuff to get these things connected, but people couldn't really appreciate what that would actually look like for real. And then we had the go-to-market of IBC where we finished it, shipped it. It showed up on various chains, and then suddenly, you know, out comes the first chain that really used it and sold it and had it be usable. That let you, you know, bring assets from other chains and bring them over to this independent chain and put them in an AMM. And some people suddenly, you know, oh my God, that's what that is, right? And then then more chains started doing this. Before that happened, you know, Zucky and I, we talked about the Zucky and Dean Roadshow, where we were going around to various press people and explaining what is interoperability and why is interoperability interesting. And all these chains were like, yes, interoperability someday will be a great thing. In the meantime, we're going to take over the world and we will be your only chain, right? And then there was sort of this period with like 3 months where it went from interoperability is the someday future that maybe people will care about, and everyone's Cosmos is going, no, interoperability is the future. When suddenly everyone was like, well, of course we're interoperable. We've been interoperable the whole time. That's always been part of our mission. And so now everyone understands that the world is not going to be ETH. The world is not going to be Aave. The world is not going to be a thing. It's going to be the collective of all the things that people do and get connected. And that, and Cosmos really led that vision out into the crypto space and took it from, maybe someday we'll care to, oh, of course we've got that as part of our story. It's always been our thing, right? And everyone now takes it for granted, but it really is that independent permissionless connectivity is what interoperability means.
Yeah. It's amazing how many things are now just taken for granted that were like heretical, 5 years ago or something. So it's been pretty funny to witness. But yeah, I mean, if
it wasn't heretical 5 years ago, we weren't innovating enough. So,
Exactly. Yeah. So make sure your ideas are blasphemous is the key to success. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, interoperability is about communication and the ability to communicate between distinct processes, machines, right? It's and for us, I mean, I like to use the community computer analogy, and I think of each blockchain as a computer for a community. It's a single computing device, logically run by many people all over the world, that serves the needs of a community, just like a personal computer serves the needs of a person, an individual. And these computers need to be interoperable with each other, which means they need to be able to communicate with each other, send messages and receive responses, and tell each other about what's going on and access each other's services and things like that. And so that's a very well understood model in the internet. I mean, we're using it right now. Our computers are interoperating right now to bring you this this live panel over the internet. And so the same thing could be true for blockchains and for our community computers. And that's what the interoperability in Cosmos and IBC are all about, is bringing that, standards of communication from the internet, from between personal computing machines to community computing machines. And we're starting to see that, grow kind of exponentially. And a lot of people think IBC is just about, it's just how Cosmos does token bridging. But of course, it's much more general than that, right? Token bridging is just the first application. We can do arbitrary kind of message passing, and we're starting to see that be proven out with interchain accounts, and now interchain security, which is coming, and mesh security, and all these other applications that are being built over IBC, using IBC as a general purpose standard to do arbitrary kinds of communication between blockchains to enable, like Jack was saying, new kinds of composability, or to reinvigorate composability. We separated everything onto different machines, and now we can connect them back together.
Yeah. I'd like to add one more thing that really is dramatically different, and sort of gradually people sort of internalize it so they will stop thinking about it. But I've been doing interoperability and connectivity for a long time, and even I get caught by surprise by the consequences of it, which is someone new rolling out their chain in Cosmos. They can just take their token and launch it on Osmosis or Crescent. They can take their NFT and bring it over to Agoric or Juno, or a chain that has something to do with NFTs. It's 2 years ago, launching a blockchain, you launched your own new isolated tower. And, I think of sort of each blockchain, Ethan had his analogy. I think of it as sort of each one is a city, right? You want to have local services that are fast, but there are cities that are good at meat packing, and there are cities that are good at finance, and there are cities that are good at coal and whatever, that you can have these specialized things, but man, it's useful to tie into the rest of an economy. And people are getting to the point where IBC is so robust, so pervasive, and there's enough chains out there that you switch to, I don't have to do this piece because someone else already is. I will do the part I'm really great at, launch a chain, and I'm just connected, right? The place where it caught us by surprise, we were building a stable token for the Agoric economy, because, if you're going to launch a whole bunch of little businesses and connect them together, you've got to be an economy, you require a currency. And it was only in talking to other folks in the Cosmoverse, just like, oh, what we're building would be useful for them, and we're already connected. We don't even have to really think about it. We just connected them and they can use it. That's awesome. And it's something that gradually people will take for granted as a design thing, but it's an enormous achievement from the overall collective ecosystem. So.
I think that was an extremely thorough answer from all of you collectively.
We love interoperability. What are you going to do?
I know. So, well, I mean, interoperability is basically baked into the vision of Cosmos, but there is one other thing that's built into the Cosmos and built into the stack as it's created, which is this idea of governance. And I know, Ethan, you've thought obviously a lot about the role of governance. All of you have obviously thought about the role of governance in these changes, the risks, the advantages. I mean, it creates substantial opportunities for collaboration and for growth and democratizing management of these protocols, these complex beasts that all interoperate. And it also comes with a lot of challenges because these systems are permissionless. So there's these aspects of governance that end up being very technical, and then there's these aspects that end up being very political and social. So I want us to think this through just for a moment. Like, what do you currently feel about the state of governance in the cosmos and the role of governance in the cosmos? And what have you learned about governance by experiencing it, observing it, or researching it that you think is essential for all of us as leaders and contributors to understand about governance?
I think that we've learned a lot about the way that the current system works. I think that, you know, if you look at what we have, it's basically shareholder voting with tokens. And there are a lot of very well documented flaws with systems that look like that. And I think that we've had a lot of idealism and positivity that we've used to be able to work through some of the flaws of that system and to try to make it a little bit better. But we're currently running up against the limits of what we can do with current governance tooling. This is why adding things like councils and sub-DAOs is extremely important moving forward. And I think that Cosmos governance and, you know, this sort of like ability for communities to spin up their own blockchains, that was revolutionary. And we've sort of rested on our laurels there in a lot of ways because we've had other priorities as a community. And this governance has been kind of a bit of a tragedy of the commons. And right now we're in this position where we're all voting on, I mean, like, so many different chains. I think I did like 5 or 6 votes this morning prior to this panel, just like clearing out my queue. And it's a ton of work to keep on top of, and it's hard for people to kind of understand what they're voting for. You know, I work on the lower levels of the software, but even then there's a lot of governance proposals where like, well, sure, let's add this token to this pool. So yeah, I don't know. I think that I'm not alone in saying that Cosmos governance needs better tools. But yeah, I guess that would be my high level thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Jason Choi keeps asking me, what is the DApp that you use most? And I think right at this point, the DApp I use most is Cosmos governance. Which is,
you know, you're a politician when
wake up, check whether or not the proposals you care about are over quorum, like go harass some people to like vote if your proposal's not over quorum. Like, you know, it is the day in and day out of it. I think the biggest success of I wouldn't say that Cosmos governance is a failure, right? Like there are a number of it's not a failure, right? Like there's a lot of it has done stuff, and there's like it's frankly done more stuff, had more both like contentious debate that like hasn't resulted in complete collapse and stagnation. It's made highly consequential decisions going all the way back to turning on just transfers on the Cosmos Hub. And so, you know, I think that there is a lot of positivity there, but it's not scaling. Like I think the general theme of Cosmos in 2021 and 2022 was get this thing that we'd been imagining for a really long time off the ground. The challenges of 2023 and beyond are now, how do we scale all of this thing? Like, you know, we have 50 blockchains. There's like a contentious political debate on some blockchain like every single day. You know, at 500 blockchains, it'll probably be every single hour. You know, there's just like, there's a lot of general drama in the Cosmos ecosystem. All of these things I think are challenges to our ability to scale. And like a lot more innovation and thought. It's going to be as hard scaling this thing as it was building it.
Just one number that I want to inject right here. based on, like, if you go look at MinScan on the sort of larger Cosmos chains, you're seeing around 50 to normally between 30 and 70,000 votes on major proposals. If you do like a little bit of analysis on that, around 10 to 15% of accounts voting are very small balances and look like they're trying to farm airdrops. So that gives you this like rough number of 50,000 very engaged, very active Cosmos voters on probably like 5 to 10 different chains are regularly hitting those numbers, which I find incredibly impressive on Osmosis with the amount of governance they have. So like when we're talking about numbers and orders of magnitude, I think it's really important to like look at the actual number of votes, and it's 2 orders of magnitude larger than every other DAO in the world.
I will jump in here. So I am really blown away by Cosmos governance and or rather, again, what is Cosmos, right? You guys are focusing a lot on Gaia or more generally, but partly the permissionless nature and decoupled nature means we've got lots of governance experiments happening and succeeding in parallel, right? We've got DAO that's got all people doing all sorts of things that have nothing to do with sort of the Cosmos command line level governance, but is tied into these larger, we want to govern this sub thing a different way. You know, democracies suck at architecture. They suck at sort of executive function. It's, you know, what we did is we've got this big hammer of voting that we have to use for everything at this low level. People are gradually turning that into, you know, subcommittees and executive committees that could do things. So we've got an experiment where we've got, you know, the econ committee, which is independent of Agoric. They are elected to go manage a particular sub thing, and they're doing an awesome job. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that, but we get to see a lot more of that because all these different parts of the Cosmos can independently innovate and we can learn from each other. The other thing I want to add with respect to governance is there are people who have been thinking about how humans have been doing governance for thousands of years. Many of those ideas were brought in. I still love, you know, Ethan, when you came and talked to Agoric about Cosmos governance, and we learned how deliberate some of the elements like signaling votes can't have power so that you really get a signal rather than get it entangled with execution and various things like that. But, you know, other people in the world of governance of, you know, everything from nonprofits to you know, central banks have thought about it for a long time. And it is largely a human invention, but people have been studying it, and it is worth tapping into those experts. And people are starting to do so because they can choose to do so independent of what other chains are doing. And we get this, you know, again, this permissionless evolution. So I'm really excited about all these different chunks of governance. And I think we need tools for finer and finer governance so we can elect subcommittees to go do stuff and organize in different ways.
Amazing. And I completely agree. Like, we are seeing, I mean, to use the language, right? Macrocosms and microcosms of all of this governance behavior emerging, subgroups of subgroups of subgroups. It's very fractal, but it's also very interconnected, because one thing we can also acknowledge, combining my last 2 questions here, right? We're seeing interoperability and governance result in a situation where you have the same individual actors, the same humans present in all of these systems in sub roles, in global roles. For example, I'm serving on the Interchain Communications Council with other Cosmos members, but also I'm a subject of secret governance, and Secret Foundation is funded by the blockchain directly. So we're already all serving multiple roles in the ecosystem. Some place us very specifically within one ecosystem. Some are in these sort of cross-functional, cross-ecosystem roles, but ultimately it is testing in prod. We're testing governance in prod, we're testing the tech in prod, and we're going to have to see what happens with that. It's not always clean. Sometimes it's very messy. But I do want to leave time for our last question, which has the most to do with Secret Summit. So I just want to make sure we get to it, and then we'll sign off this panel and move to the next. This is Secret Summit. So clearly we care about privacy. Clearly we think privacy has a role to play in the Cosmos. Cosmos has this ethos and this vision around the global adoption of these technologies. Secret has a vision as well. It's related to that vision. It's similar to that vision, but we put privacy at the core of that vision, and we surround it with everything else. And we see so much of the Cosmos ethos in our own mission. We just, I think, have positioned the core a little bit differently. So I'm going to ask all of you here, since you all are part of the Cosmos and you all think about all these issues, you all have your own ethos and mission. What do you see as the role of privacy in the broader Cosmos? What is it going to allow us to build that hasn't yet been built? And then maybe specifically a word that I use a lot when I talk about privacy. What would privacy mean for the sustainability of the cosmos, its technologies, and the systems that we're building as the actors in it?
I'll start. So, I mean, Agoric runs Cosmos SDK. It's running the, in Tendermint, which has the normal, everything is auditable, everything is transparent. Transparency is great, but from our perspective, I mean, our first funder was Zcash. Privacy needs to be normal, right? Privacy is normal. I grew up in a world where we did not have the level of connectivity and scrutiny and oversight from either other people, corporations, or government, right? And because the technology wasn't there, and that's my expectation. So humans need it. Humans deserve it. Businesses need it. Businesses deserve it. And yeah, governments need it, and they don't really deserve it. So I think it's critical. I think that we don't currently have it. I'm really, I've been very excited about what Secret is doing, pushing those boundaries forward. I'm very excited about all the groups that are pushing various privacy technologies forward, because I want to interoperate with them, and I want to gradually incorporate elements of that in the overall Cosmos SDK so everyone can benefit from them. But any of these dimensions, we all need to be thinking about how do we get more and more of that so it's the default. The world made great steps forward for privacy in various places, like, going, the Let's Encrypt going from most websites using HTTP to most websites using HTTPS. But we've also made a lot of steps backwards, and we need to kind of keep pushing forward in order to, this is not a battle you win. This is a battle you continue to win, right?
Privacy is necessary for an open society in the electronic age. Like, I think that this is sort of like not debatable. And I think, yeah, as Dean is mentioning, there's a number of reasons why we didn't build this into blockchains at first. But as a community, and Secret has been at the front of this for a while, pushing forward on privacy. I think that one thing about Cosmos that makes it unique for privacy is it enables full control over your consensus and your application development platform, while still enabling you to interconnect with the rest of the ecosystem. And I think that as privacy tech becomes easier and easier to use, more and more ubiquitous, we will see this sort of smooth transition from these more transparent chains over to more private chains, and smooth interoperability between them. Because there are use cases, while privacy is necessary, it is not mandated everywhere. There are use cases for these very open, global, and transparent systems, but they need to have a way to interact with privacy. And I think that IBC is kind of unique in offering that, and one of the big reasons why we're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, privacy needs to be considered a basic human right, and it's also just like basic hygiene. And in some sense, all of our blockchains they're pretty smelly right now, because they're exuding information that is impolite, and they're not showering in the correct privacy technology, let's say. And part of the idea in Cosmos early on was like, well, there's many possible approaches to privacy, and we don't know. When the tech was first built out, it was still a little bit early. There was a lot of being experimented with. There's obviously been major advances in the sort of cryptography over the last 5 to 10 years, especially, and having the systems out there has really pushed forward on the R&D and the funding for the privacy tech. And now we're seeing a number of different privacy technologies and solutions emerging in the Cosmos universe, which is exactly the purpose of this technology, is to make it possible for people to experiment with different kinds of technology, including privacy, also including other sorts of things. And so like Jack was saying, I think we'll start to see much more privacy being adopted across the board. We'd like to see it baked into the SDK at some point. Of course, we're not quite there yet, but as folks like Secret and Penumbra and Anoma and others keep experimenting and pushing the bar forward on private transactions, we'll start to see that become adopted more widely. So it's absolutely critical, and it's great that there's a number of projects working on pushing it forward.
Zaki, any perspective? I'll also accept no.
I think in general, like what I would say is I would go back to the theme of scalability, which is blockchain technology does not scale really if we do not have privacy, right? It limits its use cases to like any form. Like, I mean, I think people are willing to sacrifice their privacy for expectation of profit. Is like the reality of the situation, right? Is like in a world where everyone's gambling on things that'll go up 1000x. You know, people are willing to be like, privacy, okay, we'll deal with it later. But like that's not a sustainable world. That's not what blockchain technology looks like at maturity. And if we do not have, and I think like one of the things that I also am is just like real world assets coming onto blockchains will always bring regulatory burdens with them. And so like how that whole thing gets mixed together, I think is going to be like a very big part of Cosmos going forward. It's like, how do we compose the real world asset sort of regulatory boundaries that like come with it, with the with like providing enough privacy that blockchain technology really scales.
Yep. I think that's a really interesting point to end on for that question, because blockchains by their nature, and the Cosmos in particular, are multi-jurisdictional. And we're talking about bringing in global assets into global systems with global regulatory regimes. There's a lot of conversations. There's a lot of conversations about how global regulations and governance interact with on-chain governance. And how the people in these systems overlap. So I'm really interested to see what the future of the Cosmos looks like, what the future of privacy in the Cosmos looks like. But I, like you, firmly believe that the future of the Cosmos ends with adoption. Like, this is the ecosystem that's ready for prime time. It's ready to be used. It's ready to be expanded. It's foundational for everything from stable coins to DeFi protocols, to metaverses, to non-fungibles. Like, everything is here, it's ready, it's being experimented with, and we're all part owners of that mission and part owners of that future. So really exciting to have all of you here today. I really appreciate you guys taking the time out of your busy days, because I know how busy they are. I talk with you about how busy they are. So thank you. It is not going unnoticed by both me, the team, the whole Secret ecosystem. Thank you for prioritizing this. Thanks for coming and sharing your vision. And we will see you guys, I'm sure, very shortly around the Secret ecosystem. Thank you again.
Thanks so much for having us.
Oh no, Dean was muted for his goodbye. I'm sure he said something really cool. Anyway, I love those guys. That was a wonderful panel. It gives me joy to talk to other builders in the Cosmos, just because of their depth of experience and their breadth of knowledge across many fields, not just, distributed systems development, but everything, the history of monetary theory and policy, and governance systems. There's such an incredible breadth and depth of knowledge and breadth and depth of ethos in the Cosmos, which makes it such a joy to build in that ecosystem as Secret. So with that panel aside, we are ready to move to our next panel, another extremely exciting panel. That panel had Cosmos and interoperability at the center, but like Secret, our next panel has privacy at the center. And for that, back Guy Zyskind, who's going to be moderating this panel. Guy's going to join me up here. I'm going to hand it back over to him. He'll be introducing our panelists. He'll be setting the stage for them. I've seen the questions he's going to ask. I think that this might be the best panel of the entire Secret Summit. But, that's kind of for him to prove. I thought that last one was pretty good too. So with that said, handing it over to Guy to moderate and introduce our special guest from outside the Secret ecosystem.
All right, good to be back on. Panel is always a hot topic, and harder with the kind of speakers that we have here on the stage. Harry and Josh. Hopefully everyone is on. Maybe you can go one by one and introduce yourself. Oh, now I can see you. Cool. Joe, do you want to introduce yourself to everyone here? case they don't know you.
Yeah, I can say hi. I think your audio is a bit garbled. Can you guys see me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name's Joe. I'm one of the co-founders of Aztec. We're putting encryption into Ethereum. So we're now to roll up on Ethereum that's focused on scaling and privacy.
We can keep going with intros. We're letting Guy refresh so he can fix his audio. I think you all noticed that it's a little choppy. So with that intro, we'll just keep passing down in the order that you appear on our screens.
So assuming that I'm next, so hi, Fraser, CEO at Checked. We're building sole sovereign ID on Cosmos, specifically privacy-preserving payment rails to make the whole paradigm commercially viable. And I think, Josh, it's over to you.
Thank you. And thanks for having me. So my name is Josh Swihart. I'm a senior vice president at the Electric Coin Company. So we invented and support Zcash, which is really focused on Zcash being digital cash.
So I'm Harry Halpin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of NIM Technologies, NYM. And we're focused on network level privacy. We're building a mixed net that kind of is in the layer 0 under all these wonderful blockchains that everyone's building.
So I'm going to try again. Can people hear me okay now? Awesome.
Less encrypted.
Less encrypted. That's good. Maybe not fully encrypted, or maybe just obfuscated, but it's good. It's good to have you all on board here. This is, for those who don't know, hopefully now you're convinced. These are like the A-class people in crypto privacy. And why don't we just jump into things? I'm going to start with something maybe a bit contentious, which I'm sure each one of you have heard personally at least 10 times in your experience, and probably much more. So, people say that they don't care about privacy. I hear that almost on a daily basis. Do you think that was ever true? Do you think it's true now? Do you think it's changing? What's the outlook of this?
I can start maybe. I mean, I think I thought about this a lot and been asked it a lot, and controversially, I agree. I don't think most people actually care about privacy, at least when there's not something at stake. So you kind of look at where Ethereum's come from or blockchains have come from. If there's a few hundred, a few thousand people transacting, there's not much at stake. So the need for privacy is not really there. But with the rise of kind of like DeFi summer and as kind of more and more kind of valuable assets started coming on chain, something became at stake. So there's become more of a need for privacy. People kind of got their transactions front run, their portfolios were public, their salaries, if they were part of a DAO, were being broadcast to a chain. So it's really dependent on what's at stake and kind of the actual activity, financial activity on the network, whether people care about privacy, in my view.
Yeah, and I think just building upon that, so very similar to Joe's answer, we would say not enough. We've definitely had the experience of people people are inherently lazy. So normally when they're using privacy tooling, it's to achieve something. Probably the easiest examples there are ad blockers. It's not necessarily for privacy. It's more that it's just visual clutter that I don't want on a website. That's what I'm getting rid of. But probably the biggest example that most people use is VPNs. And obviously they've got very good reasons for privacy as they stand. But a lot of people are using them for accessing geo-block content. That's really why they're using them. So I think to kind of Joe's point, they don't really care unless there's something at stake or there's some utility. But I think that's starting to come through now. Privacy tech is getting there to the point where it is seamless, it is usable, but it needs that utility to really push it forward to make people care. With the caveat being that I think that's quite region specific and also specific to the people that I speak to on a regular basis. And maybe that's not the same in other jurisdictions. I'm quite privileged where I am relatively. So I think that's maybe some nuance there as well.
I'm going to offer maybe a little different take if I can, with all due respect to Joe and Fraser. I think people do. But fundamentally, I think we ought to stop using that meme. The language is important. We should stop saying it. We should stop saying people don't care about privacy. The language we use is important. we should start using language that reinforces the idea of why privacy is important in the things that that we do and say in the way that we interact. I tell you, governments care about privacy, regulators care about privacy, but we need to reinforce it, like that privacy is normal, and that protecting a person's right to privacy, whether it's your own privacy or your children's privacy or your parents or just your fellow human, it's about their security and their dignity, and both today and years to come. So we need to shift the narrative and just reject that meme to begin with, I think.
Yeah,
So I want to.
go agree. Well, let me just step in real quickly. I'm going to agree with Josh here, and I'm going to be a little bit even more extreme. So it's true that a lot of privileged white dudes don't care about privacy. However, most people are unaware of how much data they're leaking. If they knew, they would care, even in the West. And a lot of people don't care until their back's up against the wall. So right now I'm calling in live from Beirut. A few years ago, a good friend of mine was using Skype because he thought it was private, ended up having a back door, and Basil Safadi went to jail and was tortured to death by Assad. Right. So, it's really important to get these tools right and not to just jump into the prevailing narrative. Our sample sizes as developers is often very small. Another thing I just want to mention is in terms of do people who use VPNs care about privacy? Well, there's actually statistics behind that. The stats from Pew Internet Research basically say that 1/3 of all VPN users use it for privacy. The other 2/3 use it for censorship circumvention around basically download videos. So 1/3 is not so bad, given that 1/8 of humanity has touched a VPN at some point in their life.
Yeah,
I'll add a little bit more.
I was going to second what Harry said, and just, I think the kind of reframing around a narrative of people care when there's a lack of privacy and that's exposed, that's definitely the touch point where it's too late, but that's the point where they realize they should have been caring, which I think is really powerful.
I think it may come through later on. I think there's also almost, and maybe it's Harry's point around understanding how much data there is out there about you. You almost have an inherent assumption that certain things you're doing are private. And I think a lot of people maybe have that, which is I lead a private life. I think a lot of this isn't out there, but in reality it is. And if they were told explicitly, this is exactly what's going on. I don't know how many people are aware, but there was that anecdote around, I think it was Walmart in the US that was tracking, using loyalty tracking to figure out when someone was expecting a newborn. And they were sending out brochures to expecting parents. And it turned up at a teenage girl's house. She didn't even know she was pregnant, and she quickly found out, and her parents obviously hit the roof. And all of that was, they didn't even know the data they were leaking and what it could be used for. So yeah, maybe it's down back to Harry's point of knowing what's actually out there about you and how much control you have or lack of.
Even in the Web3 space, there was a big freak out when people discovered that Consensus was harvesting everyone's IP address and other transaction data via Infura. And a lot of people decided they didn't want to use that. And, that did cause at least some minority of people to drop using Infura. And that's a good thing. Infura should improve their privacy and use privacy preserving tech.
So we've been running some surveys. So we were running some surveys around privacy and whether people cared about financial privacy. Specifically, this last year we focused on the U.S., India, and Nigeria. So these kind of category of 5, right, of rating whether things are whether people view financial privacy as extremely important or not important at all. In the U.S., 68% of the respondents that we have said that it's extremely important to them, their financial privacy, specifically. India was lower; it was at 44%, but only 21% there said that wasn't important. And in Nigeria, it was close to the U.S. It was 62%. So when faced with the question of whether I want my finances exposed, in answering that question, not maybe relative to UX or some of the other kinds of things that we say, people say that it's extremely important to them. We had just another anecdote. I had a conversation with an executive at a very high-profile consumer goods company that sells a lot of devices, and that person said that like their mom was like, it's, we always use the kind of the mom example, right? But mom didn't care about privacy. Why should it care about privacy? But what mom did care about was the amount of phishing and scams that they were receiving in their email, and how well targeted that information was to them, to where it became very confusing based upon the services that she was using. And so even if people don't inherently connect that kind of thing with privacy, I think there's a recognition that we don't want to be phished or scammed. We don't want to be manipulated through marketing. We don't want these things to kind of be in our lives. And again, as we kind of reframe the narrative, and so that people kind of understand the consequences of these data leakages and what that means to the things that they do care about day to day, I think that's also really important.
That's some actually fantastic data. Josh, like, are those like surveys, are they public? Like, is there a place where people can see them?
No, we need to start publishing those surveys. So we've been doing it to kind of get an understanding of adoption around the world and perspective. So I'll pass that along to my team, that we need to get that stuff out there.
Well, thank you for sharing those numbers. I mean, this is extremely interesting and relevant.
Just to expand on that, actually, we ran something similar, just focused purely on privacy preserving payments for SSI vendors. And you're right, that was one of the ones that came up. Like, when we asked like the features that people wanted, it was obviously like stable, periodic, controlled. But the biggest one by far and away was like, we want these payments to be private. Like, we don't want any leakage on behavior out of them. And I think we actually have that public. It was a small sample because it's self-sovereign ID vendors. I think it is out there. And Josh, to your point, like, it really did, like, everyone cared, like everyone wanted it there. And it was the primary thing of like, if it's, I mean, maybe it's almost a self-selecting cohort, because there are people responding to this on our side who already care about privacy, but they were so hot in it. They were like, if it exposes anything, we won't use it. It's not going to fit our purposes. So yeah, I think if I'd love to read the numbers that you're able to share as well.
I guess before we move to the next question, I have one more, like, because we touched a lot about like, okay, should the people actually do care about their privacy, and in many cases that's a misconception, and we should actually stop supporting or normalizing that language. I fully support and I am personally on board with that mission. But the one thing that we didn't touch is that, has there been a change, right? Like, this is the state today, but was that the state 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Do you think there's like a trajectory where people are becoming more aware of this and this is becoming even more important?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a growing narrative around it being kind of something that was maybe used by developers and kind of early adopters to now something that's needed for adoption. I think we've been through enough kind of, at least in the crypto kind of blockchain markets, been through enough cycles where each one we kind of figure out what's missing, and like that's been applications previously, it's been scalability previously. I think we're now starting to get to a point where people are realizing that just the lack of privacy is really hampering real world adoption. So I think that is changing, and I'm hopeful that's going to be the next kind of cycle, is going to be focused around what we're all building here, from the network level all the way down to applications.
I think to kind of build upon that, I think we've seen like almost this wave over the last 6 months, and it kind of speaks to like, it really is starting to become this like flywheel of, I guess to Joe's point, like, it's not just early adopters now, it is enough people that it's starting to become a watershed. I think the way it's like, it's almost there's a symptom that's kind of hit us, which I think is indicative of like it kind of coming through, which is, even though we're dealing with like SSI, decentralized ID, a lot of people have started or stopped talking about identity. They've started talking about trust and reputation, and almost with the inherent like assumption that identity isn't needed for a load of these transactions. All you actually need is like, can I trust this person, whoever I'm interacting with? Like, whatever other like proofs, social proofs, who I was introduced to this person from, their transaction history, or just things that I know about them that aren't necessarily like identity. Can I trust that person? So I think it's definitely been like a bit of a watershed, or at least the start of one over the last 6 months that we felt. And it's just it's kind of shown itself to us in maybe a slightly different way, which is a complete shift in terminology from everyone that we interact with.
Yeah, I'd like to make a quick comment on this, which is, I mean, I'm really against decentralized identity, in particular, decentralized identifiers, or DIDs as they're called, the W3C pseudo standard. The reason is that essentially giving everyone a unique number is the reverse of privacy, and it doesn't matter if it's self-sovereign or not. That is literally a dangerous thing to do. We in Europe, at least, should know better than give people unique numbers. Furthermore, as a standard, it was pushed through because as a former W3C employee, they were just broke and desperate. Technically, it's a ridiculous standard. And so, you know, when you start working on this self-sovereign identity stuff, you have to be very careful that you build it in with privacy. So I know that is possible. We have work on anonymous credentials, other privacy preserving techniques for identity. None of that, to my knowledge, is being used in DIDs, not even zero knowledge proofs. It's all hand waving. And that's a real dangerous precedent, because essentially that stuff, that technology stack, allows people to enforce this concept that we're seeing coming out of both Europe and the US right now, that every transaction should have a permanent identity attached to it. That's worse than cash. That's very totalitarian and will almost certainly end badly. So I would basically argue that people that work on decentralized identity that aren't working on privacy are effectively working for a fascist identity, totalitarian world order, and those people should be socially exiled from our circles.
Strong statement. I think one technical part on that we want to pick up. So if there was a unique ID for like individuals, completely with you. So the way that the partners that we work with and the way that they structure is you've effectively per connection got a pairwise DID. So no individual ever has like a unique ID that's passed between companies. They always generate effectively a new one whenever they interact with someone else. So
yeah, in which case you don't need to generate a DID. Like, that's a totally pointless technological technique. I mean, like, if you don't need a unique identifier, you don't make a unique identifier. Unique identifiers are generally dangerous. If you're saying, oh, we mint a new unique identifier every time, you know, just use Diffie-Hellman in a secret like a normal company or a normal person. Don't rely on some bullshit W3C standard.
Yeah, and I think that's where like it's a unique identifier between those two individuals. So say an individual and a company, so that in the future they can kind of reestablish that connection, or they know who that individual is, or if they're returning. But yeah, I think we obviously need to stay away from like unique IDs for people, because that's a very, very dangerous place. And even to your point, inside the EU and the US, there was a point where they were writing like identity transactions onto the ledger, like without really anything covering them. I think it's a very, very dangerous place, which is, there's a lot of nuances to how it's built out and getting it in the right way to avoid like privacy leakage all over the place, like you're describing.
So I'm actually happy that we're going, to this level of depth. But I want to take us zoom out a bit. Like, we're all, let's say, soldiers in this fight for privacy in Web3, and maybe more concretely, Joe, you touched it a bit. Fraser, you touched it a bit. But maybe Josh and maybe you can specifically touch this notion of how do you see Web3 evolving in, let's say, the mind of the average user in the space. Like, is privacy becoming more important specifically in Web3? Are people realizing the importance? Are people even understanding the problem? Because privacy itself is multifaceted.
Yeah, it is multifaceted, so as it relates to Web3 specifically, I think like broadly, like people are realizing, coming out of Web2, we saw the manipulation of data that's either been hacked or farmed, and the use of trying to manipulate behavior by people that are either shilling or in politics or wherever. And then we see major companies like Apple and WeChat and folks like out there now, advocating for it. But I think with Web3, it's kind of been interesting. I mean, Web3 is so nascent, so I'm not sure who the average user is right now of Web3. But, with the Tornado Cash sanctions, I think that opened people's eyes. What was interesting is maybe in a couple different fronts. One is that U.S. law enforcement has a long jurisdictional arm. and can disrupt things around the world, not just within the U.S., and can disrupt seemingly decentralized protocols or the decentralized internet. And so there's a real kind of threat there. We've seen that even democratic governments will kind of overreach their authority, the authority that's been granted to them, in order to try to disrupt or stop things that they view as a threat or things that they don't like. And again, as much as we talk about Web3 and the decentralized web and the lack of censorship, like we now see censorship, right? So privacy is necessary for censorship resistance. And I think that connection, a lot of people maybe didn't see until the Tornado Cash action. So, those that are in power, whether government or commercial entities or, or others, anybody that's in power has the ability to censor speech, financial activity, kind of underlying services, your access to these services, if they are able to fully see and have full visibility into these things, they will see and they will take action in their own best interest. So that was a kind of a very discrete or very specific use case that we see just like at this emergence of Web3, and so hopefully that it's a catalyst for more privacy related work across the Web3 ecosystem.
So, you touched on Tornado Cash. Actually, before that, Harry, do you have anything to say about, before we go to, the elephant in the room, I guess? Harry, any thoughts about like the evolution of privacy, how people perceive privacy and its importance in Web3, let's say 5 years ago now, and maybe 5 years in the future?
5 years ago, I was at MIT over in CSAIL, but next to you guys, and I was next to Madar's Versa, who was working on this thing called, I think, Zero Cash, which eventually became Zcash. And at that point, it was viewed as very obscure, even academically. Ron Rivest wasn't quite sure what to do with it. Now you go to ETH, DevCon, so many people working on zero knowledge proof. There's almost too many people working on it. I'm having trouble keeping track of all the academic papers being done, all the new code libraries. And now I think we're also seeing new work going in stuff that you were talking about years ago, Guy, like MPC, which has honestly been very neglected except by yourself up until the last year or two. So I'm very excited about how I think the Web3 devs are interested in privacy. The problem that I've seen is that the Tornado Cash effect, is having a bit of a chilling effect on people. And that's bad because we're just at the point where we're getting mass adoption and interest from a lot of devs who are otherwise not interested in privacy.
It does. Personally, look, we keep touching Tornado Cash. Let's just jump into it. So, even on our end, right? Like when the Tornado Cash thing came out, like I think the first month of conversations with any potential partner, developer that we talked to, like their first question was, I'm gonna embellish a bit, but a form of like, am I gonna go to jail? Like, how can I safely build on you? How can I safely work in this industry? And I do agree, it does and still does have a very chilling effect on people. I think we all find that unfortunate. I think we all find that extremely risky and unbelievable, dangerous precedent. But I guess with that said, like maybe I would love to hear from each of you, because I'm sure you've thought about it quite a bit. Like, A, what's your perspective on this whole situation? And B, maybe can you draw parallels to it between let's say the encryption cryptography wars of the 90s and what's happening now with Tornado Cash? Because I certainly see the similarity, and at least in my opinion, that creates a bullish outlook, because at the end of the day, you can't really fight technology. But I'm curious to hear your perspective. Joe, do you want to start? Like, maybe let's go full circle.
I guess a couple of things. So the 90s, I can't speak to what I thought at the time, because it was a bit before my times. But based on kind of reading up around it, I do think there's a lot of parallels. I think what caused kind of victories back then was marketing, pretty much. So you have to show both sides of what privacy can be used for. And I think with the Tornado Cash case, we were presented one side through media, and it's only been through kind of recent lawsuits from Coin Center that we've been able to see the other side, like funding of the Ukrainian army through Tornado Cash, through kind of some of the plantees in the actual case. We've been able to see the good that can come from having privacy. And I think that for us to kind of prevail in this current, I think, attack on privacy, we have to kind of, as a group, come together around the good use cases for privacy that everyone can kind of unanimously agree on. And if we can market those effectively, I think will prevail here as well. And as you say, technology always wins out. So it's public code that people can use. So it's going to come up again in a different iteration quite soon. So that's my take on it.
I think if we're going around kind of full circle, carrying on, like similar to Joe, too young to know what was going on at that point. I was still a kid. But I think rather than parallels, I think it kind of speaks to what you were talking about, Guy, which is like the distinction between what I understand happened and kind of continued there to the approach that's taken now, which was like, as I understand it, a lot of that time was spent with like governments either regulating, legislating, basically having this like almost legal fight to say you can't release this, you can't develop it, you can't export it. And in this case, they obviously have lost that fight. They've effectively conceded that it's out there, it's going to be used. And to your point, what's terrifying is they're now just going after when they're used for anything that they would argue is nefarious, which again is debatable. Like, so I think that to your point on the like devs, that's the most terrifying thing is you could be developing something that is entirely kind of altruistic as far as you think. It gets used in some way that maybe you never expected to, and suddenly you're charged in the way that the developer of Tornado Cash was. I think so. It's not necessarily a parallel, but I think it's almost like they've conceded that point that they can't legislate this out, and now they're just going after in different ways. And maybe it's to Joe's point earlier of like they're not going after big like universities or companies that are using encryption algorithms. They're going after individuals, and that's frankly terrifying. And I think that really goes back to like the fear factor you mentioned. So maybe it's trying to band everyone together to say like, look, there's got to be, and maybe this is, I believe UPA's focus is like, how do we go and protect like everyone at the same time, because they're going to start going after individuals, and obviously that's an unfair fight.
Josh, what do you think?
I think it's the same war. I don't think it ever stopped. So I'm a little bit older, so I do remember those days. Like I think that the comments about both the marketing and the attacks, right? The attacks got very personal. Lawsuits against like Phil Zimmerman and folks like that. The actors, NSA, wanted to block the export of encryption. I remember having to use software, right? And you'd like have to, like Microsoft had software you had to, you could get a certain version in the US, you get another version if you're overseas, because the one that they're shipping overseas had weaker encryption. So it allowed NSA to be able to kind of have visibility into, to be able to crack that encryption pretty easily. That always kind of seemed kind of weird. And then, when they started coming after people, and then it was, there was a series of things where, the people started printing the code and claiming, the code of speech, and there's some debate about that today. So it's the same war, it's the same people. In fact, I think Biden, even, who was a senator at the time, introduced a bill around that time that would have given, and I don't remember the number of the bill. I was trying to look it up real quick, but I didn't find it. But he introduced a bill that would have allowed the government access to kind of all email correspondence, between people. And it didn't pass, but he was the guy, right? And regardless of what you think of, of politics or which side of the aisle, it's not important. What's important is these kind of the same people are around. In fact, we had a conversation with, and we had a number of conversations. So I had a conversation with some folks from the DOJ a couple of years ago, and they were looking for options for key escrow. So this idea that, you know, a third party or a set of third parties kind of hold a key or a piece of a key, so that if the government needs to go, but that's the same thing that was around the Clipper chip. It was a key escrow kinds of solution. So they're looking at the kind of applying the same kinds of solutions for cryptocurrencies. At another meeting with, because I do regulatory work and policy work, but we had another meeting with another office, and one of the people in that meeting who was former NSA, and they are now focused on encryption within cryptocurrencies. But this person was there at the NSA at the time of the original crypto wars. So again, same actors, different decade, same kind of tools and same kind of solutions. This is just kind of the new iteration, and it's now more in the forefront. It's just been kind of in the background for the last few years.
That's pretty mind-blowing. Harry, do you have any take?
It's a small world, right? So, you know, when I originally started working in the Web Consortium, I got hired by Danny Weitzner, who's one of the lawyers that defeated the Clipper chip. I think people forget that, you know, there was demand to put a backdoor in all crypto. And this demand was widely viewed as almost reasonable at the time because no one knew what cryptography was except a few geeks. And there was a big public relations battle. There was a big legal battle. And at the end, cryptography and privacy for ordinary people won. The Clipper chip did not happen, right? Munition, you know, this is similar to the Bernstein free speech case where we got munitions export regulations removed from crypto, and at least strong crypto. And so I think that, you know, the goal of UPA, we can disagree about the technical details. Some people might like SGX, some people might dislike SGX, some people might like DIDs, some people might dislike DIDs. Some people think mixed nets are terrible and we should be using DC nets or Tor. Doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is we're all fighting for user privacy. There's a multitude of techniques, some of which we may disagree on, like reasonable technical and political people do. That being said, our goal is the same. Our political goal is the same. And so we need to hire the best lawyers and the best PR people. And we need to hit hard to make sure everyone knows that privacy is on the line, as said by Whitfield Diffie and Susan Landau in a wonderful little book about the crypto wars. So I think we can do it. The Universal Privacy Alliance, which Aztec and Secret's a founding member, and Zcash joined. You know, I think we're getting at the beginnings of that organization together. I think there's a lot more to do. It's going to be a battle on multiple fronts, but I'm pretty sure we can win because we won in the past. And I think the nice thing about everyone complains about cryptocurrency. These skeptics who are like, oh, look, I made a bunch of money in a Web 2 company. Now let me complain about Web 3, Stephen Deal and Molly White and all these people. Here's the fact of the matter. Fact of the matter is cryptocurrency provides the funding basis that did not exist for cryptography outside of the RSA Corporation for the first time in a generation. So not only can we fight this battle, we actually have the funding to back it up. And that's really a game changer, because the fact of the matter is when you have the people and you have the funding, we can put up a big fight and we can win the hearts and minds of ordinary people to basically use privacy tech.
I think that's a great point around funding. I think the amount of innovation in the space, because that funding has been unlocked, means that it's snowballing. Like kind of agencies now can't keep up with the pace of it. When it was a couple of algorithms in the 90s, like there's new papers coming out, as Harry said, every couple of months, and kind of the order of magnitude improvements we're seeing in privacy tech mean that I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. And all of these are backed by teams who have good lawyers and can now defend the technology they've been building, which I think is going to be a very interesting kind of battlefield, as Harry put it.
I think there's a risk though. So it's true that we have differences of opinion on different kinds of implementations and what's better with some privacy, not. And it's true, and it's great that so many people are building, and there's so much kind of financial momentum. There's a lot of compromise that's also happening. So there's a lot of conversations and people that are willing to implement solutions that would allow governments specifically access to information, unique access to information without the consent of the user. That's a problem. So it's still under this kind of umbrella of privacy and under this umbrella of crypto. But these are very different ideologies.
This is, I mean, you're touching actually, I guess, my next point, and that's a great build-up. So, like, you know, there's on privacy and auditability. They seem to be on a spectrum, right? And like you've taken, I think, the most extreme end of the spectrum, which I think everyone here at least would not agree with, which is that you can technically have privacy, but there's a back door where, without even you knowing, like some trusted third party or whatnot can get like full access. And obviously that's like the most extreme end of the spectrum. I don't agree with it. I don't think anyone here does, but there is a spectrum. And on the other end of the spectrum, there's like, okay, privacy is absolute and there's no auditability. And even if we talk about the example of Tornado Cash, even Tornado Cash had some kind of like opt-in auditability with viewing keys, right? Like each user, there's no macro level auditability, but like each user could have like given their viewing key access to someone that would have to be opt-in, that would have to be with consent. So kind of like, I'm curious, like where on the spectrum do each of you fall and what are your thoughts about that?
I mean, I can be brief. I just think people should have the option for auditability and they should have the option not to have it because we build privacy for freedom and you should have the freedom to choose, even if it's something that I may personally not want to do.
Yeah, I think agreeing with Harry, like we actually had this debate internally because in enabling kind of privacy preserving payments for SSI, like we've got two competing forces. Like one is trying to protect individuals as far as we can, so like not through payments and anything rewards or anything like that, not leaking any information about them, so making sure that like they can move around a network, they can do whatever they want worldwide without being traced in this way. At the same time, like companies are wanting to have like auditability between the two, so if they're paid by someone else, they typically want to know who that counterparty is, certainly if it's a company. So we're almost looking at like, okay, we've got different requirements in different places, and therefore we need two completely different solutions. One has to be completely privacy preserving, and the other one is almost the complete opposite and ends up being like really, really auditable. I think even on the like privacy audit side, like we were almost the motto or like the theory we were going down was like it has to cost an inordinate amount of effort and money to go and audit like at all, so that you have to expend a lot of effort to go and audit like say one person. You can't expend that effort and kind of surveil the whole society. So we had both those things of like two kind of cohorts that have completely different requirements, but then even then like looking down at this and saying we have to be more on the private side even if it needs to be auditable.
I think you can square the two of those with zero knowledge proofs. So I think if you look at kind of compliance in the Web 2 world, we have this kind of risk-based approach where compliance comes about by some entity watching every transaction and applying some rules based on those to try and establish if anything kind of illicit is happening. In the Web 3 world and with zero knowledge proofs, every transaction is a program that's executed by a blockchain. So, and you can have encrypted inputs into that program. So if the rules of that program say, I'm not on the sanctions list and my payment is below $10,000, by definition, if it happened and I can prove my identity to that program, but without revealing it to the world, you have a much more compliant but private solution, and no one's had to leak any information. They've just had to create a zero knowledge proof, have the blockchain verify it, and someone's had to maintain kind of a sanctions list. So I think the two can be squared. The issue is that at the moment, the technology is kind of in the process of being built. Like zero knowledge proofs used to take kind of minutes to kind of compute in the browser. We're getting them down to seconds now, but these sort of proofs are an order of magnitude more complex. So it'll be a year or two before they can actually run in real world payment applications. But that's where we're going, and that's what we're excited about. Again, though, we'll be at the application level, not at the network level, and opt-in based on the use case in mind.
I actually do. I mean, you know, you mentioned with zero knowledge proofs, and I completely agree. I do think that, again, different texts, different opinions. But the point is that this idea where you can kind of, I mean, in the crypto world, that's something that we didn't really have, right? We didn't have the ability to basically allow you to run a function over data or to prove a statement or to do something without actually revealing the data itself. It was like an all or nothing thing. And I think the nuance for regulators who don't understand it is maybe they're stuck in the past, right? In the sense that it's like an all or nothing. Either you give us a backdoor and we do what we want, or you don't. But what you're saying, Joe, if I understand correctly, is that there's more nuance now because the technology is more advanced. Like you can actually just like prove that like you're not a bad actor without actually asserting anything else about you or your finances, which I agree is very cool.
There's also another dynamic, right? Because there's also, so some of the people that are using these technologies are individuals, right? And so, you know, doubling down on what Harry said, I think he said it very simply and eloquently. But also, you might have a third-party custodian for whatever reason you want to use a third-party custodian, and they need to be able to have non-spending keys, right? In some of these to be able to, you know, privately protect assets, but to be able to give, you know, not just regulators, but like a financial auditor, the ability to see what's in an account for, you know, for the assets that they're custodying. So in some cases, I think that there's a reason for having some of that kind of transparency. But again, it comes back to informed consent with a user or the owner of that account being able to determine what is and is not shared.
So I mean, I really like this discussion. I think as a group, it seems that everyone are falling along the lines that it should be maximum privacy, and then auditability should be opt-in, and it should be as limited as possible based on the need and nothing more. Everyone's nodding, so I'd say it seems accurate.
I think it's like one of the like earlier discussions we had, which was like it should almost be that like privacy is the right, and then you're kind of like having to pull from that into like that should be the default, and then everything else is like where you're maybe having to deviate or like provide something or go that extra level to fulfill a use case, but the default has to be like starting on that side. Like, I don't think it can be the other way. It's certainly not with like individuals' privacy, which is where the danger is.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It's kind of a choice based on what an individual wants to do. If they want to purchase a house in the UK, they have to enter their name in the land registry. So that's like a conscious choice of kind of a leak of privacy, but just having everything being public from the start is just not the place we want to be. So choosing to kind of reveal something should be up to the user always. And I think blockchains actually, the wallets we already have in blockchains kind of are helping us get there, because with kind of early blockchains that weren't encrypted and just had kind of spend functions, your wallet was kind of a choice to spend. But I think using the same keys or different keys, as Josh was saying, to kind of enable view access to data, we're already kind of in this model where keys grant access to something. So I think going a step further and saying keys grant access to data is quite a powerful concept that can spread through the internet.
All right, we're running out of time, and I kind of want to ask you one last question. Maybe we do like one last round. You know, we're at Secret. We're starting to explore all kinds of different technologies. Like you mentioned T's and SGX. Harry, as you know, as you mentioned, like my background was in MPC, and we're actually starting to revisit all kinds of these new technologies back in our tech stack. But I'm kind of curious, like from your perspective, what do you think are the most promising privacy technologies right now? And if you're mentioning like your home-based technology, then mention one other like cool thing that's like a less obvious answer maybe. And then what use cases like are you excited about them unlocking in Web3, say in the next few years?
Yeah, I can start. I mean, I just want to address, Guy, I think people forget how old school you are. You were offering, I think, the first class on Bitcoin at MIT before even Gary Gensler was. I remember you did that, I think, 2016. And
Gary was my successor.
Yeah, Gary was your successor. And I wish someone more privacy enhanced had been following in your footsteps. I think the original work that you did under Sandy Pentland on MPC actually has a lot of, I like mixed nets. You need mixed nets at the bottom. But on the top, I think MPC is going to be big. I think you could do DeFi, private smart contracts. And I think Secret, particularly building on Cosmos with WebAssembly, is well positioned to be the first platform to push that stuff out in a real kind of way. Furthermore, everyone complains about the SGX attacks. But like I said, the system that isn't attacked, the system that's not used. And we at NIM are also very interested in secure enclaves. We're looking at the RISC-V open secure hardware architecture. And I'm sure there's all sorts of things that you guys can also do there, maintaining a lot of the security you already achieve with secure enclaves using more and more open tech. So I think Secret has a very bright future, kind of both looking at new ways to do secure hardware and returning to some of your original vision, which, came out around the same time the Zcash vision came out.
Josh, you want to take it next, maybe?
No,
We're going in reverse order.
All right. If my homer bias, right, I'm really excited about a discovery made early, made earlier by ECC called Halo, now Halo 2, as this kind of mechanism for trustless, non-interactive zero knowledge. And I think that's a really kind of important foundational thing for Web3 across all these kinds of things that we're building. And it's pretty exciting to see, folks across the ecosystem, whether it's Ethereum Foundation or Filecoin Foundation or others that are and others that are playing with that or different variants of that. And then, ultimately what I'm really excited about is very pedestrian, right? There's the ability to, across a decentralized web, being able to buy and use services without disclosing information. When we get to that point and it's that kind of usable, that's where I'm excited about where we're going, I think, over the next 3 to 5 years.
It sounds so simple.
Sounds so simple.
Thanks a lot.
I think following on, so I think I mentioned it briefly earlier, like decentralized reputation, it's not really like a technology, but I think more like a paradigm shift in terms, maybe it's to what Josh was just saying, like moving away from providing identifying information to like providing signals or something, which is like, I'm a trusted party, like you can do business with me, whatever that is. I want to see that come around, where just that reduction in people asking for information from each other, like, will be incredible. I think the other part is homomorphic encryption. Like, I've got no idea what people are going to do there, but I really want to see someone try and start doing use cases, because it's one of those things that keeps on being talked about, and a lot of it's like healthcare data and processing, but like, I just want to see someone build with it, like, and just mess around and do something. Like, I've got no idea what it is. I just want to see someone use it. So I think that's one of the things I want to watch out next year, is someone turning up and absolutely killing it with that.
Yeah, I'd follow Josh and say I'm pretty biased on the ZK Snark train, and kind of seeing Plonk be adopted by this many companies is something we're obviously very excited about at Aztec. Building on the homomorphic encryption piece, though, there's something which uses something a bit similar that we've been testing around for a research grant at Aztec called oblivious message retrieval. So one of the big problems in kind of the UTXO-based privacy systems that some of us are building is kind of client syncing and having to kind of sync the whole chain state and test every UTXO. And this idea that you can kind of have a server that processes information for you without revealing anything about which messages are actually, without learning anything about which messages are actually yours, and then download a neat digest, is something that's really cool, and something we're trying to get a proof of concept of at the moment. So there's a few papers on oblivious message retrieval that we've been following, and that's an area I'd look into if you have a similar problem.
Yeah, probably just prepared I'm going to follow up with you offline on a reading list.
Cool.
Everyone, thank you so much for being here. This was extremely illuminating. As someone, as Harry said, I've been in the space for a long time, almost as long as some of you, maybe even longer than the rest of you. But the point is that there's never been such a large group, and UPA is an attestament of that, of so many people working on the privacy front. And like Harry said, we can disagree on technologies. We can actually, I think, learn from each other for the most part, rather than disagree. I think we're all still just experimenting, but we are all striving for the same goal. And there's strength in numbers, and I feel very, very confident working in this space with you guys. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Guys, and completely agree.
Thank you.
Good to see everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Privacy Panel. Thank you, Guy. Again, I did set the bar pretty high after the Cosmos panel. I think you guys leaped way over it. So incredible insight shared, and thank you, Guy. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming back on and moderating. I know it's getting late there in Israel, but we appreciate having you around for Summit.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's going to take us to our first break and probably our last break. It's a quick 5-minute break. So this is your chance to stand up, stretch, grab water, whatever you've got to do. I wanted to say that I was in Guy's first blockchain class at MIT. It was a lot of fun. And he also set the bar pretty high there too. I don't think we've yet to clear it. So good to see him back here. Good to see all our privacy panelists. And of course, a big thank you again to our Cosmos panelists. When we come back, we are going to have yet another panel, but potentially again, an even more insightful alpha heavy panel, because it's our DeFi panel. So people who are building decentralized finance. I think we have a particular focus on the Cosmos ecosystem here, but they are some of the best builders you'll find anywhere in Web3. Their vision for DeFi, it aligns closely with our own. There's a lot of interoperability between Secret's own DeFi protocols and the people we're bringing up next. And the panel is going to be moderated by one of our own DeFi architects, Carter Wetzel. Super glad to be hosting him as well. But our break starts now. Go ahead, stand up, hydrate, and we'll see you back here for Secret Summit in just a second. So sit tight. Hi, everybody. We're back for Secret Summit. We're joined here today with a special guest for our DeFi panel, one of my many cats. They're famous around the secret ecosystem because they're on 99% of my appearances in podcasts, and they don't leave me alone if I leave them alone. So with that brief guest appearance out of the way, we're ready to go to our actual guests, the actual experts. We're going to be leading in directly into our DeFi panel. And we're also going to be talking specifically about the state of privacy in that DeFi world. And of course, we are going to be joined by the best possible people to discuss that, people in the cosmos who are building DeFi solutions and have been building DeFi solutions. And we have a very special moderator, Carter Wetzel, who is the lead researcher at Shade Protocol. And I think one of the most eloquent speakers on the topic of DeFi, but also many other topics. He's also an accomplished author. I won't shill his book here, but it is available and very thorough. But I'm delighted to be able to introduce him here, delighted for him to then introduce our panelists. The next 40 minutes belongs to Carter and the DeFi panelists, so I'm going to hand it over.
Thank you so much, Tor. This is really going to be a fun one. So we have today 4 incredible speakers. We'll start with Sunny, co-founder of Osmosis Labs. Osmosis is this major cross-chain DEX for the Cosmos. Has had a huge influence on how DeFi has unfolded within the Cosmos. We also have Eric Chen, founder of Injective Protocol, which is a decentralized exchange protocol offering features like cross-chain margin trading, derivatives, forex, synthetics, all of the good things. We have Ron, co-founder of Duality, which is really reimagining curve creation and economic models for liquidity providers and users. It's a very futuristic deck. Super excited to learn more about that. And then, of course, Brent, founder and CEO of Umi, which is cross-chain lending for the Cosmos, and an even bigger vision than that, to be honest. So we'll just jump right in here, guys. Before we kind of talk about what Cosmos has done right with DeFi, I want to talk about what are the friction points and what are the weak points right now in Cosmos DeFi, in your guys' opinions. And we'll kick things off. Sunny, if you want to kick us off.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me. Biggest weak points or pain points? I would say right now, like, I think getting a lot of like IBC composability is like, it's in the process right now. Like there is, being able to do a leverage loop between Osmosis and Umi, let's say, right? Like this is it's a little bit challenging right now, and like there's a lot of work being done right now that it will like hopefully get resolved very quickly, probably in the next couple of months. But like I think right now that's like a pretty friction point where like users have to do like these transactions. There's not like an Insta DApp or like Zapper or something for the Cosmos ecosystem that sort of like handles those like more complex flows. On top of that, I'd also just say that like I think like there's a lot of DEXs right now in the Osmosis ecosystem, but like still not a lot of like I think DEXs have gotten a bit of product market fit so far, but still like lending protocol, like all the other DeFi primitives that you would expect, right? Like lending protocols, perps, options, like stable coins. Like these are, well, I guess there was a stable coin that had a lot of product market fit until it didn't. But so there's a lot of like DeFi primitives that are still yet to like achieve like huge product market fit right now. And I think that they're starting to, come about in recent months.
Anyone else want to hop in here? Biggest friction points in your mind in Cosmos right now?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest friction point is the same case for most of the new ecosystems, or anything that kind of slightly deviates from the existing, kind of like the EVM framework or the assumption that DeFi sits only within EVM. And if you think about it, that's that makes a lot of sense, because 90% of the chains out there are EVM or just some form of exclusively EVM chain or network. The only other one that I can think of that's somewhat unique that deviates from Cosmos SDK would be Solana. And essentially all those mindshare, all those integrations, all those existing work and all those like industry participants and institutional participants are all extremely accustomed and spend the time and process to integrate with existing EVM solutions, and it's basically a plug and play for any type of new ecosystem. Obviously, FMOS did a really great job to make sure that that kind of process is kind of bridged over in like the seamless way, but it's still somewhat of a long way to go to get kind of the full exposure into the greater Cosmos ecosystem, given how unique every single ecosystem and every single chain within Cosmos is. And I think on top of that, it would be kind of like the general composability and getting people more used to the fact that it doesn't have to be intra-block atomicity and composability. It could be, interchain and inter-block in a sense, and really shifting the mindset, because everything, everyone here on the panel and everyone within the Cosmos ecosystem, everything that they're working on is a fundamental paradigm shift compared to, what all the dApps within the Ethereum ecosystem or EVM related ecosystems are working on, and it's going to take a while for everyone to wrap their heads around it.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. I feel very fortunate to be alongside you guys, Sunny, Eric, Brent, Carter is a very kind of new entrant into the ecosystem and a really new project. I think kind of how I completely agree with everything that y'all said, Sunny and Eric, and I think just to kind of add my 2 cents, right? Like Cosmos and app chain thesis in the kind of app chain direction is a completely zero to one innovation in how we think about kind of blockchain infrastructure and building these types of applications. And so, the types of applications that come in and need to be built, we still haven't even gotten to like the table stakes, lowest hanging fruit in kind of Cosmos and IBC. And so we're really pumped to kind of, Sunny, you mentioned the things that are coming to IBC over the next few months that are going to be huge unlocks that will actually enable these types of kind of, app chain native DeFi applications, building more types of applications that are, not just the kind of the basic exchanges, but also other types of kind of basic DeFi primitives. We're also kind of have been very fortunate on our end. We've been very warmly welcomed into Cosmos and we're really grateful for it, and really hope that over time, kind of all of our projects and other projects in Cosmos can lock arms and really kind of fight these fights together with more collaboration.
Yeah, and great to be here as well, guys. I have three quick ones. First one is I don't think we have a good solution for flash loans yet. So I think Sunny referenced that earlier. There's no way to composably transact between a barter and lending protocol with a DEX and then close that loop. Flash loans are particularly hard in Cosmos because every loan would have an IBC transfer in between, and you'd have multiple IBC hops. So this is a challenge. The second thing is we need a better Oracle system in Cosmos. We're working a little bit on that. And third is I just think that IBC adoption could be stronger. Like for Cosmos DeFi to become really cool, we need to use IBC to connect with like Ethereum, Polygon, Polkadot, Near, Avalanche. And so I think those are some weak points, and we could definitely work on those.
It's a great summary. The composability of it all, the baseline infrastructure, some of the key primitives, all of these things will continue to improve and need to continue to improve. So we started with friction points. Now I want to pivot to what do we think Cosmos is doing really well right now that differentiates it from a lot of the other EVM chains out there, all the other L1s out there, specifically with DeFi. And I'll open this up to anyone to kick us off on this one.
I mean, I'll go ahead and say like kind of the opposite of what I almost contrary to what I said it was a con is I actually think we are the farthest along in actually building cross-chain composability, right? Like if you have, this whole multi-chain world that we've been pushing for a long time, it's starting to come true in everywhere else, right? You have the proliferation of rollups and stuff, but like there's still actually a severe lack of actual composability right now anywhere else, right? And I think that and I feel there's been a lack of actually even like focus and building towards that. Every roll up on Ethereum is trying to build its own little internal ecosystem, which actually ends up not actually making anything any more scalable, because then you just have the same issues that every roll up just has the same sort of issues. And so we are, CosmWasm has enabled us to like a lot of the interchain composability stuff that's being built right now. I think we're going to start to see it come live like pretty soon, right? Like Osmosis, we just finished our cross-chain swaps contracts, which like allow people to take tokens on any chain and swap them using Osmosis liquidity. So we'll be like deploying this on like other chains, or you see like Mars building how they're building the Outpost model for their lending systems. So yeah, I think like a lot of Cosmos DeFi applications are being built with like cross-chain focus first. So I think that's what's going to make them succeed in the long term.
I'll just add on to that if that's okay. Completely agree with everything that you were saying, Sunny. And I think in many ways, like Cosmos for many years now has been skating to where the puck is going. Right. I think a lot of other ecosystems have been very short-sighted in their view and just not created for scalability of where the world is headed. And Cosmos is now, from a DeFi application angle, we need to catch up in terms of just getting the basic primitives up and running, which is fine. And we'll do that. And we're doing that. Right. But from a kind of a fundamental infrastructure that can actually get to 1 billion users over time, we are light years ahead. And we're moving at lightning speeds, right? Even to think about how recently IBC was even a basic commercialized message passing protocol, and where it's come so far, and what's coming up over the next 6-12 months is like ridiculous to think about. And so we're really, really pumped for that for the future. And I think the other thing that we're seeing is, as other larger players are starting to realize that app-specific infrastructure is the future of how blockchains and applications are going to be built, we're starting to see experimentation around that, right? When these types of larger players can start to, projects can start to experiment with what does it mean to control sequencing? What does it mean to control consensus? What does it mean to control MEV within your own application? You start to see some like really crazy possibilities that we're just starting to like, to hit and experience, which is awesome.
The other thing I'd also add,
I think. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say the other thing I would also add is also I think like the privacy focus in Cosmos I think is actually a big deal. Like I told people that DEXs are actually like even Osmosis and most DEXs today are like very uncompetitive with centralized exchanges, because there's like we have worse privacy than you'd have on a centralized exchange, whether that's at the mempool layer with all the front running that's possible, or even the fact that I can look at any account and see like every trade that an account makes, right? This is like worse than centralized exchanges. And so I think that like I wouldn't say all privacy stuff is being done in Cosmos, but I would say a good majority of like major privacy projects choose to build on like in Cosmos, right? Whether that's like Secret or Penumbra, Anoma, like NIM, even Zcash is working on like Cosmos SDK stuff, like Cosmos stuff now. Osmosis, we've been working a lot of like the threshold decryption. So yeah, I think that like the more customizable stack, I think like the customizable stack that the Cosmos SDK gives you is like really powerful. And one of the most interesting ways to use that is that you actually get a chance to experiment with new cryptography, right? And that's something it's really hard to do without the customizability that the Cosmos SDK gives you.
Thanks for bringing that up, Sunny. In the spirit of this being kind of a secret summit, super appreciate that. And copycat trading as a whole conceptually is very odd when people are trying to generate delta on a lot of their trades. So it's we'll see how that continues to evolve over time. Eric, I know you wanted to hop in here.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to extend on like one point that's kind of this like hidden huge benefit of building on top of Cosmos, and basically this thing that's like becoming like more and more painfully obvious to every single ecosystem participant, and those who are building on app chains, sector specific chains, and also anyone participating, is that you just have a fundamentally aligned base layer infrastructure and malleability on the base layer and on the consensus level and on just overall the entire stack. And I think like a great example is that when Frontrunner who recently raised like I think 4.75 mil for their seed round, was looking for kind of like solutions to build out their sports betting platform. They were basically they just have like a few benchmarks, and they couldn't really be satisfied with all the existing solution in like generalized environments and monolithic environments. And they were actually faced with the exact same set of limitations that we were faced back in like 2018 or 2019. And essentially, they just found, the injective ecosystem by the virtue of exploring solutions. And I think, more and more there's obviously, more and more cases of that, as the overall greater Cosmos ecosystem grows, and removing the fundamental limitations of any type of feature offering, value prop to the general, Web3 users. I think that is the most fundamental driver for the growth of Cosmos ecosystem, and in this case specifically DeFi.
Yeah, and I'll throw in my 2 cents here. Like if you look at platforms like Compound and Aave, whenever they come out with a new version, they have to they can't really do a smart contract upgrade. Their smart contract is already codified in the Ethereum blockchain. And so they have to come out with a new version of Compound and Aave. And what it does is it splits up liquidity. It basically has liquidity on, Aave v2, Aave v3, Compound v2, Compound v3. What's great about Cosmos is that, whenever we do chain upgrades, part of it is the chain itself is dedicated to the application. And so it just creates a lot more customizability, and you're able to just add so much new functionality to a chain without having to split up liquidity. It's kind of a limitation of Ethereum smart contracts, and it's definitely an advantage of Cosmos. So I think that's something that we're doing really well.
Brent, I completely agree. I come from Web2 world, and you can actually ship in a continuous manner and continue to upgrade and add your add functionality, add features to your application as time goes on in a way that is much more natural and develop in kind of in infrastructure and ecosystem development life cycles, which is kind of a really, really exciting thing to introduce.
Some wonderful answers all around. I now want to kind of pivot us to what I consider maybe more cutting edge features of the Cosmos, specifically staking derivatives and interchain security. Now, the reason I bring up staking derivatives is because Cosmos is essentially spinning up dozens and dozens and dozens of proof of stake chains. And so staking derivatives are this really interesting type of primitive that maps out on top of all these different, layer 1 chains. And then interchain security conceptually is a very new concept. And so I kind of just want to talk about as a whole, what is the role of interchain security and staking derivatives in the Cosmos? Where do you see things headed? What's the relationship between the two? Really just want to open the floor to navigating these two very unique components that I think Cosmos is way ahead of the game in many ways compared to other ecosystems. And just want to know your guys' projection on their impact within DeFi and Cosmos.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking a lot about staking derivatives. I mean, I think one of the biggest things that I'm mostly sort of concerned about right now is how to mitigate the negative impacts of leverage staking, right? I think leverage staking is actually pretty harmful and has a lot of tail end risks that people don't account for until they get really screwed. And we saw this happen on Solend recently when Solana's market was crashing, and basically I think Solana DeFi could have been almost wiped out if it wasn't for an altruistic whale that had to step up and sort of plug the gap there. And arguably a lot of even the whole Bitcoin the last 2 years of bull market was built off of this not leverage staking, but this leverage GBTC strategy. And so I think figure working with lending protocols and making sure that we account for we figure out how to make it seems to me it's hard to make sure to stop staking derivatives from existing. So I think the next best thing is working with lending protocols and stuff to make sure that we don't enable this sort of risky behavior. And so yeah, that's kind of my biggest concern right now.
I think if you apply a liquidity discount to staking derivatives, let's say ST Atom versus Atom itself, that problem is probably going to be discounted by at least 60% plus.
Yeah, I think the key to doing leverage staking right, at least in the safe way, is definitely applying that discount, and just but the other is just having the right risk metrics. I'm sure like there's a leverage staking protocol out there where maybe the value of the staking derivative was hard coded based on like some standard deviation to the actual asset, but that creates lots of safety issues. Basically, you need like a really good oracle to track the price of whatever staking derivative you're using, so that if the staking derivative something goes wrong, it gets infinitely minted, like that BNB situation with Anchor Protocol, or the price goes out of whack. Then there needs to be a way to successfully track that and optimize your leverage. But I agree, staking derivatives are definitely a tricky innovation, depending on how they're built. But the right risk metrics are definitely necessary to make sure they're done correctly.
I'll maybe pivot over to the kind of shared security models, interchain security. Right. So, Duality is going to be launching on interchain security in Q1, which we're really excited about. And I think that how we view these innovations is, new chains want to focus on building product that unlocks the potential of app specific infrastructure without the need to focus on kind of bootstrapping an entire security network from day zero. And so, interchain security as a specific example is a really good solution for chains like ours. But we also know that there's going to be a lot of models that try to do this in different ways, right? We're really excited about mesh security and what the possibilities that engages, and also new and kind of different projects that are also chugging along with different approaches towards similar goals, like Celestia and like Eigenlayer and like Babylon. And so we're really kind of excited to be a part of that. But for us, I think at the very base level, to kind of bring a bunch more projects into the ecosystem, not every single project should need to worry about bootstrapping security from day zero.
Would anyone else like to comment on interchain security and the future it might play?
Yeah, I mean, I think that shared security models are important. That's how app chains are gonna compete with the there's a lot of benefits to app chains, but the main con that everyone always brings up is oh, how are they going to secure themselves relative to you need this L1 security, and so the answer is mesh security and other shared security models where the sum of all app chains is going to be able to secure. If you look at, you don't need to have a base moneyness system to make your system secure. Actually, the sum of the top 10 market cap stocks is higher than the market cap of gold. And so it's you could actually have economic security through app chains that's actually higher than you would through this more L1 moneyness style scheme.
That's fascinating. I've never heard of the concept that security can outpace those traditional models, and it makes total sense. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So the next question I have here, which is Secret Summit, of course, is what is the role of privacy in DeFi? It's kind of your opportunity to talk about maybe the negative effects of total transparency that you've seen and the role that you see privacy playing in the future. Sunny, I know you touched on some of this earlier, but just kind of opening that up for everyone to jump in on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say for us, the biggest thing that we saw, almost basically the inspiration for building Osmosis was to bring privacy to the mempool, because that was the biggest source of privacy leakage with active ongoing high levels of harm that we saw. And so that's why we sort of spent a while thinking through different solutions, and kind of came to the conclusion that SGX based system, threshold decryption based systems are the way to go, especially when combined with the Tendermint consensus protocol. It gives a lot of properties that a lot of pros without many cons. And so so that's been our one of our big focuses. But then obviously just working on other forms of privacy stuff as well. There was a team that was building, called Void, that was building sort of a shielded system on top of Osmosis. They got spooked after Tornado Cash, so they kind of stopped working on it now, but like we're working with like the Nomada team is like launching sort of part of their whole go to market is going to be doing private swaps on Osmosis. So like you can have like keep assets on the Nomada chain, and then when you want to do a swap, it will like send it over IBC, do the swap, and then send it back into an account on the Nomada chain. So that's like sort of another that kind of prevents a lot of that copy trading and stuff that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, that's really cool on the trading side. I think private transactions are just going to be, one of the biggest innovations when it comes to swapping assets. And I want to say that the reason why Celsius, BlockFi, Voyager, Nexo, Vault, all of these centralized borrowing and lending protocols exist really is the privacy aspect. It's that you can borrow and lend using a private centralized system. Of course, the double-edged sword is that the centralized systems could rehypothecate your assets and they could lend them to SBF and Therios Capital, which is definitely a bad thing. I think the key to doing borrowing and lending right, so we're in the borrowing and lending space, is to be able to have the right proof of reserves, but also being able to have the right privacy preserving tools to ensure that not everyone can see what you're doing. Because borrowing and lending is a tricky business. It's like no one really wants to let everyone know their positions because it's technically very private information. And so I think the future of DeFi is basically having, some sort of loan specific chains that just handle purely borrowing and lending that have a privacy preserving aspect. So we don't need to use the FTXs or BlockFis or the Celsius of the world anymore. We can just use this direct on-chain solution that has some sort of proof of reserve and some sort of privacy preserving aspect to ensure that you can borrow and lend very safely without having to deal with people rehypothecating your funds and buying mansions in the Bahamas and stuff.
Yeah, completely agree with that. And so I kind of view privacy in crypto in two ways, right? One is exactly what you were talking about, Brent, which is it's kind of the biggest unlock to reach mass adoption, right? You can't just end up having a financial reality where just everyone's transactions are completely open, right? It doesn't work. On the individual level, on the institutional level, for individual players that are competing in these ecosystems, it doesn't work. And the second thing, which is kind of Sunny, building off what you were saying earlier, this lack of privacy also leads to just unfavorable economic setups and conditions, where you have situations where more sophisticated players can go and attack less sophisticated players in certain ways at the mempool, at different layers of the stack, in ways that just like are a disadvantageous financial setup. And so we'll actually not only end up seeing a system where more people are comfortable participating, but actually just a healthier, more sustainable, incentive-aligned economic structure once privacy, becomes more popularized. Which is a great unlocks.
I have a question for you guys. Actually, do you think people will use DeFi more if there's privacy aspects? Do you think like the use of DeFi is going to skyrocket pretty aggressively?
Actually, there's a really good chance to point to the contrary, depending on what level of which privacy layer is being applied. Is it being applied on the trading aspect of it, the exchange / settlement / clearing, and the traditional concept of it, or is it some let's say order posting, like a liquidity definition or something like that? Like the smart way to do it, yes, it would definitely help a lot with the adoption, but so far there's no production solution for it. I think Espresso Systems might be working on something that kind of address this particular issue, because on one end you want to make sure that institutions and large players, aka size, feel safe about not getting sniped and not being targeted. You could do that in a pseudonymous way, but the surefire way is obviously having that layer of privacy. And then there's the other side, which is compliance. You don't want to have so much privacy that it ends up being tornado cash. And as a matter of fact, basically all those regulations and all those issues around USDT, USDC, blacklisting OFAC addresses, and the policy actually helped significantly with the DeFi adoption, because then it removes a few layers of AML concern. So yeah, it's kind of like a catch-22 situation.
Yeah, I agree. I think there actually is room for we went after the whole tornado situation. We were thinking about like different ways that like how can we keep like building like privacy functionality into Osmosis. One of the things that we've thought about was like maybe it's reasonable to actually, let's say you do have a tornado cache style like shielded pool, but like have a viewing key that's like threshold sharded to all the validators, and then like governance can vote to decrypt specific like flows through the shielded pool. Like, I mean, why was Tornado Cash sanctioned? It's because North Korea sent $1 billion through it, right? And it's like, if North Korea stole $1 billion in a hack and then put it through a privacy solution on Osmosis, I'm pretty sure like governance would want to decrypt that, right? Like I think there are cases where like giving governance the ability to like opt in and break things, but going through like public transparent systems, not just like single actors who can decide when to like decrypt things. I think that is actually a pretty reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also really like Secret Network's approach to privacy by default. I feel like having a chain that defaults to privacy and just having different forms of disclosure makes a lot of sense and coincides with what Sunny talked about with governance determined reveal keys.
Yeah, I think over time we'll see the key is that we have the tool set that allows various apps, smart contracts to design their privacy, right? Like how intense do you want the privacy to be? And we'll have the full spectrum of that. And I'm sure at some point, as there's more regulatory clarity, you'll have the apps that are within line with the legislation. There'll be some gray area ones. And then of course, there's always going to be regulatory arbitrage that's performed. And that's like part of the value add is the regulatory arbitrage. And I think the key from like an industry standpoint is like advocate for the fact that privacy is valuable and we need to have the tooling that allows the full spectrum. And it's going to be up to the builders and the communities to then, conform to a tech stack that they're comfortable with in relation to wherever they operate out of, right? So we need to have that full range. I'm a firm believer in that. And I know that Secret Network in its vision for 2.0 will be pushing that. And I know that many other DeFi organizations also really care about this. And so I think over time, it will continue to play a more and more significant role. And right now, privacy is in kind of an odd, nuanced spot just in relation to Tornado Cash and a lot of the regulations that are coming out. And I'm excited for us collectively as an industry to continue to defend the utility and the value of privacy within decentralized finance.
I think like there's an extent to it. It's like in crypto, we've kind of like just sucked at marketing privacy. Like we've somehow made privacy seem like this big scary thing that like no one wants. I think in Web 2, they've done a good job at like marketing privacy as this amazing thing, like user privacy, data privacy. Like everyone loves Apple because of their like focus on like user privacy as opposed to a lot of the other Web 2 giants. And it's like I don't know. I feel it's just really like a branding thing that we have to, you go on Tornado Cash's site. It's like, we are an anonymity mixer. And it's like, what? That's not how you want to pitch this, right? Like focusing on like, like I said, I think like privacy is just actually just table stakes. If you want DeFi to like, privacy is there to protect users, right? Like we don't want people to be front run. We don't want people to be copy traded. Like this is how you build fair markets. There's also just like certain features you can't build without like privacy, right? Like how are you going to put stop orders on a DEX without like having some sort of privacy system, right? Otherwise people are just going to stop loss hunt. So it's like we need to like figure out like how we rebrand and pitch privacy. And I actually think the Secret Network folks have actually done like a good job at doing that.
Yeah, I think the key is to be focused on commerce. Like when you go to the grocery store and you swipe your card, the cashier doesn't know your bank balance, right? Like there's very basic examples where privacy is so intuitively, intimately already integrated into everyday life and commerce. And we just need to point out the fact that like, if you want commerce to be transitioned to Web3, where the security is better, the interchain security of the world, all those different promises that we're building out here, the decentralization, the immutability, then like you have to have a layer of privacy or commerce can't thrive here. And it's interesting because DeFi is such a power user-esque thing. And I think we need to use language with simpler examples And of course, we can bridge it back to DeFi, but focusing on the commerce, focusing on the fact that we're just trying to bring parity to what already exists in Web 2. So that would be my angle. So that being said, I think that was a really good coverage on privacy. We have around 6 to 7 minutes left, and so I want to pose a challenge question, because I always like when we can see a little bit of friction, a little bit of pushback. Within Cosmos, there's this thesis of interoperability, which tends to trend towards collaboration. And in the middle of a bear market or at the peak of a bull, you see the intensity of competition. So my question for you guys is DeFi PvP, and what does collaboration actually mean if that is the case?
I think that a little bit of both, right? I think to some extent DEXs, let's say DEXs specifically, they do compete on volumes, but I also think they also sort of specialize over time, right? Different, in traditional markets, you don't have commodities traded on the same exchange as securities that's traded as the same exchange as I don't know, options. I think DEXs figure out what their niche is, and it's just how you have a proliferation of multiple centralized exchanges, you have proliferation of multiple DEXs. They're competing, but then at the same time they're just sort of growing the overall ecosystem as a whole. So yeah, and I think there's a lot of composability, things that they can work together on, right? DYDX is a DEX on Cosmos, but we're working with them to provide them stable swap functionality so that they can bridge USDC from their Ethereum users into Cosmos native USDC. And so it's examples like this of there's ways that you can find ways to work together.
Yeah, I think the general ethos of Cosmos is really the network effect of IBC. There's this one thought that Bitcoin's like a calculator, Ethereum's like a computer, Cosmos is like a network of peer-to-peer connected computers. And network effect is definitely the goal of the Cosmos ecosystem. That being said, I think different Cosmos chains are likely going to have their specializations. For example, UMI is specialized in borrowing and lending, and in order to focus on borrowing and lending, just different aspects need to be optimized. And so I think when it comes to different types of DeFi use cases, there is going to need to be a focus on certain competitive natures of a protocol. What they do to ensure safety, how customizable they are. How they compete on just making sure that the protocol is as solvent as possible with as little bad debt. So in that aspect, I think there is a level of competition, but the key to DeFi, the key to all this is really composability and interoperability. I mean, I don't think the future of crypto is going to be defined by locked TVL, like TVL that just stays in one place. I think the future of crypto and DeFi is going to depend on volume and liquidity and just two-way streets, volume that flows between different ecosystems. And I think that's also the basis of IBC. When do you see an IBC transaction just occur and just nothing else happens afterwards? Generally, when you look at map of zones, you look at the IBC volume, and I think that's key to defining the success of a lot of these protocols. So yeah, somewhat in agreement. It's both collaborative as well as competitive in some aspects.
I agree with everything that's been said, right? There's going to be a bunch of different players that all, have their niche and have the thing that they're really, really good at. The other thing that is always important to kind of take a step back and remember is that Cosmos is a fraction of crypto volume right now. And, crypto is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of, institutional capital volume. And so the best thing that we can all spend our time doing is figure out, if we get those fractions to increase, we all win at the end of the day. And that's really the number one priority, right? How do we get EVM liquidity in? How do we get additional capital? And how do we create the right applications that will, bring the big institution, the big money into Cosmos and as an ecosystem?
I think another really important component is just how modularized every single the architecture of Cosmos SDK to begin with. So if there are, like isolated modules that are useful for, some other projects and stuff like that, there's more eyes on it. There's more security coverage on it. There's more auditing on it. So I think, anything that you try to do or anything that you try to build yourself, it end up serving the benefit to the others as much as the others will serve you. And I think that is probably like the most important thing, and why it's so much safer and so much smoother to build within the Cosmos ecosystem.
Yep.
I like that. I like that collective answer. It's essentially trend towards specialization, but ultimately we're all collectively focused on creating a network effect that grows the Cosmos pie, grows the Cosmos ethos and vision. I'm doing a quick time check here. I guess we have a couple few minutes left. So maybe what we can close with is for each of you, one at a time. What is your kind of protocol like roadmap? What are you most excited for in 2023? Just kind of give you the chance to kind of look into the camera, talk to the audience, get like 60 to 90 seconds, and then that's kind of how we'll round things out. I think it was a wonderful discussion overall, and just give you a chance to vision cast where things are headed for your respective protocols. Quick.
So from my end, I would say that for 2023, we're looking forward to optimize, customize borrowing and lending for longer tail assets. So assets that, generally you wouldn't be able to use as collateral. I think that there are ways to, add historical pricing to basically dampen some of the price movements. Basically everything we saw with Avi Eisenberg and everything he did on Mango markets and subsequent borrowing and lending protocols, I think they can be solved with customizable oracles and ways to prevent some of those hacks. So some of those exploits. So I'm looking forward to seeing innovation on that side.
I can go. Next 6-9 months, most exciting thing for us is to get live. Right, we're gonna go up and running. We're gonna start transacting volume, and we're super pumped about that. And then I guess kind of following soon from there, I think we're really excited about the power bringing an ability to Cosmos to go create custom curves, financial products, new types of innovations around the AMM and financial product space within the Duality ecosystem. And we're really excited about the work that we're doing internally around MEV and how new innovations in MEV can lead to more sustainable economies in DeFi in general, but also Cosmos specifically.
Yeah, Wormhole just deployed today, so that was pretty cool on Injective. And a lot of things to look forward to. I think overall in the ecosystem, USDC native, that's always going to be really, really cool. It solves a lot of headache for sure. ICS as an issuance chain, the kind of like really reinforcing and driving home on the app-chain thesis by making, creating a new chain and the barriers to entry so much lower. And yeah, just like, it's the only, sector, or it's the only kind of like ecosystem out there that has a lot of exciting things, to look forward to, rather than, being worried about like external contagion risk.
Yeah, for me, I would say probably near term, probably like Osmosis's order books, probably like in like February or something. And then other than that, I think probably the thing I'm most excited for is like threshold decryption going live. Like, it's been sort of a long time coming, but like a lot of the pieces are finally starting to like fall into place that definitely will be live next year. And so excited for that.
It's awesome. On Shade side, we have Silk, the stablecoin, launching sometime in the next 30 to 60 days, hopefully, and some DEX and lending related stuff too. So it's gonna be a fun time.
Need more stable coins.
Yes, stablecoin liquidity in all of its form. Well, I think this was an excellent panel overall. That rounds out the state of privacy in a DeFi world. Be sure to follow Ron, Brent, Sunny, and Eric on Twitter. Follow their protocols. Get involved in their community. It's going to be a very exciting 2023 for all of Cosmos. I think the building blocks have been set, and now builders are really starting to sink their teeth into what's possible here. And I think 2023 is going to be the actualization of a lot of the potential. So super pumped for that. thank you all for your time on this panel. And now Tor is back on stage.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Carter. Thank you, panel. Again, an incredible panel, so insightful, and everybody had an incredibly good connection that time. So thank you so much. I am thrilled then to be moving on to our next portion of the event, which is the Developers Corner with Secret Labs. I did want to quickly restate Stablecoin Summit, December 20th. Make sure you're there. Make sure you're following Shade Protocol to learn more about Stablecoin Summit, where again, you'll be hearing more about all these topics. Just reminding everybody, the reminders are also in the chat. So thank you. So now Developers Corner with Secret Labs. We rarely get the opportunity to hear in the developers' own words everything that's being built on and for Secret, why, how, etc. I'm thrilled to have that opportunity here. And in the future, if you like content like this, if this is something you want to see more of from the network, please let us know. Let us know what type of developer-focused content you'd like to see created. We have a number of different organizations working to make Secret's technologies and our roadmap much more accessible to the community. And it starts with the devs themselves, who have taken time, very important time, away from coding the protocol to give us a deeper look into Secret itself. So I will now hand it over to Secret Labs and Developers Corner.
Hey guys, what's going on? My name is Zyskind. Thanks for being here with me at Secret Summit in the Dev Corner, where I'm gonna tell you guys a little bit about what's new with Secret Network, what we just got done doing, and what's coming soon as well. Things that you can be excited about now are Shockwave Omega, the latest network upgrade. We added a new WebAssembly engine. That means improved performance across the board and reduced gas prices as well. So everything becomes faster and cheaper. The other thing is SecretJS 1.5. And SecretJS 1.5 changes the APIs that SecretJS uses to use the gRPC gateway APIs, and I'll talk a little bit about why that's important in a bit. And we also added support for React Native, so those are your mobile devices. So that's what we just got done doing, but what is there to be excited about in the future as well? So first of all, we have seed rotation. That's a key feature for the network security. We have privacy as a service, or the ability for Secret Network to be that privacy hub in Cosmos, but also in any other IBC connected chain as well. And the first feature in privacy as a service is going to be the random number generator. Support for new hardware. We're going to add DCAP attestation support, which will enable node infrastructure providers to run third generation Intel hardware. Secret contract features, specifically iterators and contract migration, which have been big features for contract developers that is currently missing in the developer experience for Secret Network that Cosmos developers have come to expect. And lastly, we just got done doing some major performance updates and improvements, but we're not done yet. We still want to take our current WebAssembly engine and upgrade that again as well to get even faster performance. So yeah, I'll dive a little bit more in depth about those things that I talked about as a highlight. So first of all, our new WebAssembly engine. We switched out from the old WASM engine to WASM 3. And what that means is 3 to 4x performance improvements across the board, basically. So in CPU heavy workloads, as you can see in this expertly drawn graph, WASM 3 is about 3x faster in our environment. And that's also computations that happen inside a contract, but also another important part is the contract startup time as well. And in fact, in most of the applications on the network right now, the contract startup is the actually most is the heaviest operation. So the actual work that happens in the contract is actually smaller than the contract startup itself. So this will mean a lot of performance for all the apps on the network. Everything's going to work much faster. Things working faster also means that we can also take a look at gas costs and normalize them to what the computational cost is. And what that means is, basically we want one gas to equal x computational time. So you can't spend more gas than a block can compute. So blocks are about 6 seconds, and currently about you can fit 8 million gas in a block. And the point of the gas prices is to make sure that you can't use more than 8 million gas to take up that 6 seconds of computational time. So as a part of the Shockwave Omega upgrade, we also took a more in-depth look at gas costs using the new WebAssembly engine, and we also wrote some benchmarks to give us a more in-depth look about what the actual costs were on Secret Network. And we arrived with numbers that will end up reducing gas prices by about 3x. It depends on the specific contract, but with the new engine, we were able to reduce gas costs almost across the board, with the default instruction cost actually getting increased because it was just too cheap before. So now things will make more sense. And yeah, but for the most part, for users, you'll see greatly reduced gas costs in almost all network applications. Okay, Secret.js 1.5. Yeah, as I mentioned, gRPC gateway, it's a big feature that we really wanted to add. And I'm really glad that we could get it done in time for Shockwave Omega. And if you're not aware of the different interfaces or the ways that you can interact with nodes in Cosmos, there have been at first there was this old REST or HTTP interfaces, and those were really slow. They were really slow, but they were easy for developers to work with. But then came gRPC interfaces, and gRPC interfaces are binary interfaces, which are harder for developers to work with, but they were much faster. So Secret.js 1.4 used those gRPC interfaces, which were faster but harder to work with. And now with Secret.js 1.5, we transitioned over to gRPC Gateway, which is basically the best of both worlds here, where you have your HTTP interfaces that are easy for developers, easy for infrastructure providers to load balance and cache and extract the most performance out of your nodes, but with the performance of the gRPC interfaces as well. So you have that easy to use but also fast interfaces, and those will make all the apps on the network much easier to scale, much easier to work with. And specifically, Kepler is a big one that has been using the old slow REST interfaces, and now when they will transition over to Secret.js 1.5 and the gRPC gateway interfaces, it'll result in about a 10x performance boost. So really big. And of course, the other thing is support for React Native. So finally, Secret.js works with React Native. We'll start seeing mobile applications easily integrate with Secret Network and expose that privacy functionality with the blockchain, with Web3 on mobile devices, which is super, super cool. All right, so moving on, seed rotation. I sort of touched on that a little bit, but I'm going to really explain why it's important and why it's going to be super cool and also very useful beyond just security. So what seed rotation means is the ability to take the consensus seed, or all the secret stuff stored inside the enclaves or the trusted execution environment, and rotate that across the network. So the network can sort of take a look and see, okay, now maybe there was an exploit, or maybe something happened where we want to make sure that our data is protected. So as a network, we can take our secrets and change them. So you change your secrets in a way that synchronizes all the nodes. All the nodes get a new secret. You make sure that only nodes that pass security checks can get this new secret, and it is really protected. That allows us to sort of wipe the slate clean if there was any potential security breach or any potential compromise of keys, and it protects all future data. So it's really important from a security perspective, but from a feature and development perspective, what this allowed us to do is to create the basis for a couple of other important features. And the first is that it allowed us to take a look at the encryption schema of data on Secret Network. And we got this chance to tune and add a little bit to the encryption schema, which allows us to add support for contract iterators and migration in the future. Because up until now, it wasn't possible to do, because it just wasn't like all the keys in Secret Network, all the state is encrypted. So you don't have that ability to iterate over all the keys, because they're all encrypted, they're all scrambled. There is no, you can't make sense of anything. So you can't do iteration, you can't do migration. But then we added a couple of bytes that allow us to make a little bit of sense of things. And that allows us to do iteration and migration. It's not going to come right now, tomorrow, but now we can finally start working on it and finally add these cool features, in the short to medium term. Another super cool thing is decap attestation. So this is the it's a feature in SGX that is the new way to validate hardware, and that means that once we add that, it'll allow us to support the new third generation Intel server hardware. That means faster hardware, more efficient hardware, cheaper for node runners to deploy, more scalable, easier to buy, all that good stuff. Random numbers, I mentioned that also, and we're super excited about this. Like, we really, really want to add the ability to use cryptographically strong random numbers, both cross-chain, but also on Secret Network as well. And the plan here is to add a random number that gets generated on each block. So contracts inside Secret Network can rely on every block or every transaction coming in with a random number, and they can make use of that. That number will be very, very hard to predict. Won't depend on, block hash, timestamps, things that are don't have a lot of entropy and are fairly easy to predict. And this will be the basis for easier development of games, of things like loot drops, everything that random numbers are used for. And this will be also available for contracts on Secret Network, but also cross-chain as well. And of course, there won't be any fees here. This is not something that we're going to monetize. You just have to consume it cross-chain, and it's going to be super, super cool for developers across the entire Cosmos ecosystem. Yeah, contract development, I touched on this, iterators and contract migration. So iterators is the ability to iterate over keys in a contract. So for example, imagine you have a list of addresses of that have a balance of a token maybe. So you have a list of addresses that are owners of the token. So a useful feature is to be able to easily ask the contract, hey, give me a list of all the owners of of the token, or all the members in a specific data structure. And that's super powerful to for developers, and something that's gonna be coming soon. And contract migration as well. And what I didn't mention about contract migration, and basically all features on Secret Network, which are a little bit more complex than your regular run-of-the-mill blockchain. Not that there is anything like a run-of-the-mill blockchain, but on Secret Network, as the core developers of the network, we always have to consider how new features impact the privacy of the data that's stored on chain. And contract migration specifically is an interesting example of those kind of trade-offs, where if you don't know, contract migrations means the ability to upgrade a contract. So let's say you have a contract deployed. Let's say it's it's the secret contract. So let's say it's been running for 2 years, all good, but now we want to upgrade. We want to add the ability to support permits, which didn't exist way back when we deployed it. Right now we can't do that. So right now it's not possible to take a contract and deploy new code and transparently upgrade that contract. So you'd think that this is a fairly basic feature that you can see in other Cosmos chains. And you ask yourself, well, why doesn't that exist on Secret Network? And one of the reasons is that being able to upgrade your contract with new code inherently puts that data at risk. So as a user, if I use Secret and I trust it, how do I know that if new code is deployed, it doesn't have a backdoor, doesn't have a new bug, or maybe even something something else. So what we have to do to be able to keep everybody safe and keep developers, allow developers the tools to create powerful, scalable apps, but also protect users' data, is the ability to have certain permission types for contract migration. So the app developer will set the policy for their app. So you can have an app, for example, maybe it's super strict. So the app doesn't allow migration at all. Maybe it's a wallet app that stores private keys, and it has data that's super, super sensitive. Another option will be upgradability, but that has to be authorized by a specific address. That address can be either a contract, so maybe there's a contract that manages governance, a DAO of some sort, and they can approve, the migration of a contract. Maybe that address is a developer address, maybe it's a multi-sig, it could be anything. And the third type that we're considering is network-wide governance. Maybe there are contracts that are, of interest to the entire network, and you'd want to leverage network governance to upgrade those contracts. So we'll have a few different type of options, and developers will be able to choose what the right balance for their apps is. Yeah, and lastly, I want to tease a little bit about Secret 2.0, specifically about threshold cryptography. And this is something that we've started looking at. It's still in early development, but it's super, super exciting for us. What we've started to look at is adding threshold cryptography to Secret Network. Specifically, the ability for validators to manage keys that are a part of basically a distributed key, or that they will be able to use together to generate signatures. So we'll be able to have, so basically what's going to happen is keys are going to get distributed to validators according to their voting power. And once you have 66% of the voting power signing the same thing, that will basically be the threshold cryptography signature that will allow us to aggregate those signatures and derive very useful data from it. That could be random generation of random numbers. It could be protection of specific data, managing access controls, all kinds of things like that. And that will really be the basis and the first step to sort of moving away from SGX or trusted execution environments as a single point of failure, or as the only source of security beyond, what the network can provide. So this is going to be something that's super, super exciting, and I can't wait to share more, which will happen. I hope it'll happen very soon. And yeah, all these features together, those together, it's really where we're seeing Secret going. That's creating the best developer experience. That's creating, good performance, scalable nodes, mobile apps, next generation cryptography, and everything together. That's really where Secret is going. So yeah, thanks very much, guys. I hope this was interesting, and yeah, thanks for being with me, and see you in the next session.
Amazing. Well, I hope that was enough developer alpha for all of you. It's not quite enough for me, so I'm really hoping that we can have more of these sessions in the future. Again, if this is something that you were really positive about, if you really liked it, share your comments with us. We're trying to create more developer-focused content. We're trying to give you a deeper look at what's actually going on with the network. We would really appreciate your feedback as to what else you'd like to see from more of a developer-centric approach. It does take time out of the day from coding to put this stuff together, but it's very clear that there's demand for this kind of content to let people into the weeds a little bit for the way that we're thinking about these issues and others. So appreciate all of you sticking around for that, but now we're going to pivot a little bit. That was, a very deep dive into the tech. Now let's take this back to the application layer, because that's where users are really going to touch Secret most directly. What are they using that uses Secret? What relies on Secret for its security properties and all of our technologies for their security properties, and then still provides all this value to the end user experience? We're going to start with talks from some of our mainnet applications that have already launched, that are already usable today. You're going to see messages and videos from those teams. And then we're going to look at videos from applications that are either in development or close to launch or testnet, all the ones that you should be excited about as the next generation of growth for Secret. We've already seen a substantial amount of adoption for Secret. We've had hundreds of thousands of wallets connected. We've had billions of dollars in on-chain DEX volume. We've had thousands of NFTs traded. People are already using the network, but of course, Secret is supposed to be about expanding what's possible with Web3 tech. So I do think that we have not even yet seen the most interesting and most successful applications launch on Secret. And some of the ones that have launched, I think, have not even yet begun to evolve into the powerful applications they will one day be. So these are all early looks, whether they're mainnet or not. These are all what I consider to be early looks at the next generation of Secret dApps. With that, let's start our first video.
Welcome to the Alter Network. This platform is designed to give you freedom of speech, to be able to share anything privately. The Alter Network protects your identity. Here, you remain fully anonymous. Alter Network is a place where data collectors and data centers are powerless. Alter is a decentralized communication platform that cannot be stopped. The network is owned by people just like you and me. Alter does not control messages and files that are distributed across the platform. Alter is simply the user interface that enables our users to communicate with one another in a trustless, decentralized manner. Alter Network is a firm believer in the saying, not your keys, not your data. Therefore, every login does require you to provide your username, password, and private key. You can enter your private key manually with a password protection device similar to YubiKey, or use the Kepler wallet login feature. The private keys add an additional layer of protection for your privacy on every login and sets the encryption key for your communication services. When you log in, if you don't provide your private key, you will need to regenerate new keys, causing a burn mechanism effect, meaning all of your past messages and files, both sent and receive, become unreadable. This is a perfect way to ensure that your keys are your messages, giving the user ultimate control. Right on, guys. When you first log in, you're going to notice your basic email service. So just like any other email, you have your inbox, your sent messages, compose messages, pretty standard. Compose, go ahead and put the username, subject, the body of your email. If you click on this over here, this can be your menu bar, top left. 3 items to choose from: mail, chats and groups, and address book. Let's go ahead and click your chats and groups. These are all my chats, more or less a DM, direct message, one-on-one, over really fast time. You send a message, they send a message. Fairly simple and straightforward. The other tab is going to be groups. Groups has everything that you would venture to see in a group. Let's go ahead and just click some of them, give you an idea of what's going on in a group chat. This has 254 members. This is the Alter community chat. It is a great chat. People are talking, pretty active. I'm going to go ahead and send a message to say hi to everybody. Looks like everybody's talking about Thanksgiving. I'm sure you guys are doing the same. And look at that. Mr. Freeman just dropped some alpha for the iOS. It looks amazing. So it looks like he might be beating me to the chase. I might have to throw some pictures out for everybody to enjoy. They're talking about chats. Mr. Freeman, the CEO, the man, the myth, the legend, he's talking about chats. So let's go ahead and let's show you a picture of what's going on here. This is going to be the new UI UX. Obviously, we got some emojis going on, some pictures, complete redesign, and it's pretty fantastic. It looks like everything you would expect from Alter. Everything's very custom, personalized. And for the mail complete update as well. It looks like when you drop in your pictures, you'll actually be able to see what's going on in there. This is clean. I think I actually like this. I mean, I don't do mail very often, but pretty stinking clean. The key for everything today has been Alter Network. We don't have to even move away from Alter Network. We don't have to go to one place or the next. Everything is done at alter.network. So if you remember that, we are set. Alter.network, stake to access. That's a beautiful, clean website as well. Scroll down here. We notice a stake to access. We'll see Secret Network. It says 10 secret stake. You get free access. Let's go ahead and click the stake button. Kind of show you what it looks like here. We have all the validators. When we say stake 10 secret, It could be on any validator on the Secret network. But when you're using stake to access any validator, go to Alter. Be really cool. Okay, now let's go back to the website. This is where you're going to need all the information. So remember, stake to access information, alter.network. Want to log in, alter.network. PC, phone, whatever browser you're on, alter.network. It is the key for everything here. So, Secret. This is what we offer right now, a little bit more alpha. We're going to be coming up with Algoric right after Thanksgiving, and it sounds like Akash is going to be coming up next. That is going to be huge, guys. And after that, we have a couple more blockchains lined up as well. We'll let Mr. Freeman drop that alpha. So, 10 Secret stake, super simple. You stake, you get free access.
Sienna is a cross-chain, privacy-first, decentralized finance protocol built on Secret Network that enables trustless financial instruments such as trading and lending with complete privacy for multiple blockchain ecosystems. Sienna protects your PII by not retaining any data about you. It saves no login information, no wallet data, no transaction data, or anything else. Also playing in this privacy space are Uniswap, PancakeSwap, and other DEXs in the crypto ecosystem. However, where SiennaSwap differentiates is its privacy-preserving features, which addresses the front-running issue. Sienna is also part of the Cosmos ecosystem, where plenty of new projects are launching virtually every day, further enhancing its broader offering. SiennaSwap. SiennaSwap allows users to swap privately between tokens and stake liquidity in the pools to gain their share of the trading fees and earn rewards in Sienna. With Secret Network's bridges, tokens for the Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Cosmos blockchains, and Monero ecosystems are bridged to their privacy-preserving equivalents. For example, USDC becomes Secret USDC. Transactions are executed almost instantly, and with privacy combined, the industry scourge of front-running by miners is eliminated. With our bountiful liquidity pools and single-side staking, you can earn rewards up to more than 100% APR, while you also take your position as an early supporter of Sienna and its future. Lastly, the more volume SiennaSwap gets, the larger decrease in circulating supply of Sienna. So what are you waiting for? Come check out SiennaSwap at app.sienna.network and try out our features for yourself. Be a part of our community and engage in our Telegram and Discord chats. Follow us on our socials. Witness history as Sienna becomes the de facto standard in privacy-first DeFi. Sienna Network.
Hey everyone, this is Bair. I'm presenting on behalf of Stash. Stash is the platform for secret NFT creation, discovery. It's a marketplace. You can claim Freedom Mint badges. You can make Freedom Mint badges. It's a lot of things. So we prepared a presentation for everybody showing off what Stash, the platform, is capable of doing, how it's grown to this point. We also recorded a full platform walkthrough, so look forward to that. But hopefully by the end of the video, you can see all of the potential that secret NFTs have to disrupt how we're currently thinking about non-fungible tokens, metaverses, and what privacy can do to expand all of those spaces by 100x or more. We want to unlock a massive future for NFTs. We believe that non-fungible tokens could represent a new and permissionless way of storing and trading scarce digital assets, or maybe representing real-world assets, with the potential to revolutionize everything from art to finance to culture and beyond. And to this point, it's been pretty promising. We've seen how fast the NFT space has grown and can grow. But there is one very big problem. Because blockchains are public by default, digital ownership doesn't work anything like real-world ownership. And that is bad for growth. You need things like native privacy and access control in order to create and sustain value for creators and collectors. That's the core thesis behind secret NFTs, and that same thesis is the core thesis of Stash. So secret NFTs are fundamentally a new kind of NFT. They're the first private by default NFTs, which just means they're hundreds of times more flexible than the NFTs you already know. NFTs today are pretty flat. Everything has to be public about them, your ownership, what they represent. But secret NFTs can have public or private metadata, public or private ownership. And they unlock things like native access control, where the NFT itself is capable of doing incredible things. In terms of the sorts of things that this unlocks and what people have already been exploring on platforms like Stash, that means better paths to creator monetization by allowing them to protect the valuable pieces of their work inside the private metadata only accessible by owners and who the owners choose. It also means better financial privacy and security, just like we expect for things we already own in our own homes and in our own lives. It's easy to create use cases like private galleries or have better systems for community access control. All of this is already happening on Secret, and it's already happening on Stash. Stash is providing best-in-class tools for creating and collecting secret NFTs, and it's all leveraging the super unique capabilities of secret contracts themselves. What that means is we can use Secret Network's capability to have encrypted inputs, outputs, and state to create these super-powered secret NFTs, which makes them perfect for securing assets and enabling commerce, protecting and establishing user identity and reputation, and a ton more. Beyond just the flexibility of the NFTs themselves, Stash is using secret contracts in so many other ways, including things like random mints or private auctions and a ton of other things that are in the pipeline. The history of Stash is pretty straightforward. Originally, the secret NFT standard was the result of a grant from the Secret Labs team. There was a reference implementation built out by Bair, one of the Stash founders. Development began, and in Q4, mainnet finally released December 2021 after a long time with testnet, with the first secret NFT collections launching in the fall of that year. And the past year for Stash has been all about launching new features to support the growing secret NFT ecosystem. That means things like auctions, the first ones happening successfully on platform back in April. Free to mint secret badges are one of the things with the most traction on Stash because of how you can use them for things like exclusive content. Gumball machines, which are just random mints, no code, launched on Stash in June. August brought dynamic updatable metadata, so you can build products like subscriptions. And now in Q4, we've seen all kinds of stuff go live. The launches are coming faster and faster with things like Stash of the Day, user achievements, gems, levels, and finally, the start of permissionless minting, meaning now anybody can go to Stash and launch their own NFT collection with no code easily. It's already one of the most used applications and platforms in the entire cosmos, with over 120,000 connected wallets, 7 million in sales volume historically. There have been hundreds of thousands of secret badges minted, thousands of people in Discord, currently past around 13,000. People really want to know more about secret NFTs. And we believe that the secret NFT ecosystem is just beginning. All Stash wants to do is accelerate that. So to give you a better idea of how the Stash platform works, we're going to stop talking about it and we're going to start showing it off.
GM Secret Summit, Casual Shrimp here. Happy to walk you through a quick product overview of the Stash Marketplace. So to begin, we'll start on our homepage here. Just make sure that you've accessed this by going to stash.io. And you'll see the featured collection off to the right here. That's pretty consistent, but during this portion of the year, we're featuring Stash of the Day. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, Stash of the Day is where we drop a unique secret badge that's free to claim, gas is included, and we want to get the word out of secret badges. We also want to share a lot of new artists and a lot of new creators with the community, not only on Secret Network, but across all other ecosystems. Claiming badges are really easy, especially claiming the Stash of the Day badge. You'll see this Claim Stash of the Day button here. All you do is click it, and then you'll begin this minting process. So in this particular case, we've got Bunana's minting, and it didn't take long at all. We've accumulated some really nice perks as well in addition to this program. And there's a lot of opportunities for you to earn stash gems on our platform. The stash gems are an on-platform currency that you can use for special blue chip auctions that are coming up. Maybe you can boost your favorite collection to the homepage. There's other opportunities for you to use stash gems on the marketplace. So what's nice about the assets on Secret Network is there are private properties that can only be viewed by the owner. So what I just did was claim the badge. I went to my stash profile, and I am now decrypting the private metadata, the private properties. So what's really cool is everyone would be able to see this public media content, but only the owner in this case would see this really awesome banana with an arrow in his head and a knife. And then there's also a really cool comic that I can read. I'm definitely going to go check this out right after this video and read more about it. So trending gumball machines and gumball machines in general are great. They're your opportunity to participate in primary drops. So it's another simple process. You would go into a gumball machine. You would just review the information, and then you have the opportunity to mint a couple of assets, and you'll be able to randomly mint a couple assets that onto your within your wallet. So jumping into the marketplace section, we have all of the secret NFTs organized within the marketplace tab. So go in here and find some new art that you haven't seen before. There's a lot of filters that we have on the left side. There's also some really nice sorting options on the top right. The collections section is very similar. You've got a really nice filter option on the left. You've got really nice sorting mechanism off to the top right. So use the marketplace and the collections tabs and even the badges tabs to identify new pieces of art, new creators, and new badges that you haven't seen before. So these secret badges is what we just collected from the stash of the day. Go in here and look. There's a secret NFT, Secret Summit 2022 NFT that you'll probably get. So when you get this claim code, go into the badges section, click Secret Summit, and you'll go in, and then you'll add your claim code in here. So to wrap up, we have a really great creation section to allow the creators to create new collections, import collections from Secret Network, or maybe modify an existing collection that they have on Stash. We've got a really nice opportunity for you to create regular NFTs or maybe NFTs with copies. Create your own secret badges. If you've got a bunch to create, you can upload a spreadsheet, maybe create your own gumball machine. There's a lot of options for you to choose from. And finally, there's your profile tab over here. You can get a sense for all of your balances. You can modify your profile here and even go home and see all the collections and all the assets that you've created. We also have a really great Stash Rewards program for you to unlock achievements, Discord roles, and see your records around that. And then last but not least, transactions. You can see all the transactions you've done and the notifications that you need to check out.
We really hope you enjoyed taking a look at the Stash platform and everything that's to come. Of course, we haven't even gotten into any of the big secrets like what we're doing with Stash profiles and multi-chain NFTs, and well, I can't really say anymore. So if you'd like to become a part of the Stash community and stay involved in all this secret NFT alpha, our channels are here. Please join us. We'd love to have you become part of the Stash community. We'd love to see you start collecting and creating on Stash and proving the power of secret NFTs. We think they're the future of the metaverse. We hope you do too. So thank you again. Enjoy the rest of Secret Summit.
Hello everyone, this is Carter Wetzel with Shade Protocol. Today we will be talking about an array of privacy-preserving DeFi applications built on Secret Network. Our mission at Shade Protocol is to bring global connectivity to privacy-preserving DeFi. Fundamentally, we believe that privacy is the key to unlocking the full value of a decentralized future. Currently in DeFi, transactions are public, balances are public, and smart contract metadata are public. This exposes users to unique risks, such as front running or price movements to attempt to liquidate folks on lending products. And so Shade Protocol's whole thesis is, can we build simple tools that ultimately make a more powerful you, that can protect you, respect your right to privacy, respect your sovereignty, while ultimately still having deep liquidity and an excellent DeFi experience. So the 4 problems we observed when we set out to build Shade Protocol is that right now it's a very fractured application ecosystem out there. For every single use case like lending, trading, stablecoin, payments, and derivatives, each of these categories, they have a bunch of different tokens. And for each of these tokens, there's a standalone website. And for users, it's extremely fractured and confusing. And not only is the user experience fractured, but the liquidity is also fractured. On top of all of this, too, that fundamental problem that is really the flagship of Shade Protocol is that there's total transparency right now on the Ethereums of the world, the Solanas of the world. You can't have DeFi without some form of granular privacy, because privacy is important for consumers. If you're a business that is trying to pay employees privately, or if you have different, let's say there was commerce happening on your store and on-chain, your competitor can look at when a customer bought your product, how much they bought your product for. These are fundamental friction points that Web3 has to overcome, not only for payments and transactions, but also for the DeFi primitives that we've all known to love with lending and trading. And so the Shade Protocol solution is really 4 pieces. What if you had a single value accrual token for all your DeFi primitives? What if you had a single website to unify all the key verbs that you know and love and care about with lending and trading and stablecoins? What if you had privacy for transactions and your balances? And on top of it all, if you were able to bring all these pieces together, you would end up with a lot of enhanced utilities and capabilities due to the interconnected nature of all the applications under the Shade Protocol umbrella. And so that's what Shade Protocol is. It's this suite of products. We have Silk, the stablecoin. We've already launched bonds and staking derivatives. And shortly, we'll also be launching lending as well as a decentralized exchange that includes a stable swap. One day, Shade Protocol will have all of these key primitives represented on this graphic. Silk is the flagship product of Shade Protocol. It's a privacy-preserving global stablecoin pegged to a basket of global currencies and commodities. Silk is permissionless, over-collateralized, multi-chain compatible with the power of IBC through Secret Network, and ultimately it really represents a pushing of the Web3 boundaries with stablecoins. In addition to Silk, we also have ShadeSwap coming, which is going to feature protocol-owned liquidity, privacy, improved gas efficiency, and some very new unique takes on different curves that liquidity providers and market makers can put together. Shade Protocol has already launched Stake Secret, which is a privacy-preserving liquid staking derivative on Secret Network. You'll be seeing more of this being featured in the future on ShadeSwap. And Shade Bonds also launched in September of 2022. All the bonds to date have really sold out and done phenomenal. And this gives Shade Protocol a path to protocol-owned liquidity. Finally, why should you care about Shade? Fundamentally, Shade is this governance token and rewards sharing token that has a distinct amount of utility to govern the DAO and to ultimately earn rewards for stakers over the long haul. And so as every single new app is launched, these rewards will be shareable back to the stakers that help support the protocol. The Shade Protocol tech stack, it uses Secret Network, it uses SNP24s, we use BAM Protocol and Supra, and we use CosmWasm with Rust. Shade has seen really good growth, so be sure to follow us on Twitter, Telegram, and Discord, and join the Shade Protocol community. Have a wonderful day. Greetings, Secret Network community. Thank you for watching the 5-minute thesis on Shade Protocol and the problem we're trying to solve. One of the unique opportunities we have at Shade Protocol is to be united with other DeFi projects in the Cosmos and outside of the Cosmos. With that being said, we have a really big opportunity for you that we don't want you to miss out on. Shade Protocol is hosting the world's first ever Stablecoin Summit, December 20th, starting at 10:30 Central Standard Time. We're hosting various projects like IST, Agoric, Comdex, Kajira, Axelar, Duality, Frax, and potentially even MakerDAO. This summit is an excellent opportunity for amazing discourse between DeFi projects, to improve the underlying economics, to challenge assumptions, and to peer into the future of Cosmos and blockchain decentralized finance. If you'd like to join the Stablecoin Summit as a viewer, please go to blog.shadeprotocol.io. That's blog.shadeprotocol.io. Navigate to the Stablecoin Summit article and click on the Eventbrite registration. This will take you to our Stablecoin Summit page where you can register virtually to be reminded about the Stablecoin Summit. This event will be 6 hours and 30 minutes long, featuring a variety of protocols, all with their own unique take on the future of DeFi. The reason we're so excited about this opportunity is never before has there been such a DeFi-focused conference. And Shade Protocol is going to have the unique opportunity to talk about Silk in the context of IBC, Cosmos, and cross-chain liquidity. Various panels will be focused on infrastructure, stablecoin, and project deep dives. There'll be guests such as Zaki and Jack Zampolin, which are super well-known Cosmos folks, and I really look forward to digging in to the future of DeFi and Cosmos. Thank you for your time and your attention. I just want to remind you to register December 20th. Follow Shade Protocol at shade_protocol. Be sure to check out our website, shadeprotocol.io. Join the community. We would love to engage with you. If you have any questions about the protocol, the developers and the community do a really good job of answering questions, pulling people into the community, and giving you a chance to be empowered and to contribute to the future of privacy and Web3. Thank you, Secret Summit. I firmly believe that Secret Network is the base underlying technology of the future. I believe 5 to 10 years from now, we will look back on the Ethereums of the world, the Solanas of the world, and we're going to ask ourselves, how did we think we could ever do smart contracts without granular privacy? I have a firm belief that Secret Labs, the Secret Foundation, the validators, and the many smart contract developers on Secret Network have unique opportunity to trailblaze, but it's only possible if we continue to evangelize the technology and push the boundaries of what is possible with what can be built. So this is my thank you to Secret Network. I've been in the community for many years now. I think we're closing in on 5-6 years. And every year, whether it be bull market or bear market, I am continually gratified and humbled by the community that's been with us every step of the way, with the way builders have collaborated with each other, walked through different public repos, improved the tooling, improved the communication. And I think that, part of this Secret Summit is we're looking towards the future. We're one of the oldest projects in crypto, Secret Network is. And I believe that 2023 is a pivot point, a turning point for Secret Network, where we go from being a protocol in its infancy to a protocol that has now been battle tested and is ready to become a blue chip household name. I hope you have a wonderful day, and thank you for your time. a privacy-preserving protocol for health and life sciences. Abacus is the first DApp in the secret network ecosystem that permits hospitals and laboratories to keep their records in security and privacy at blockchain. Having as founders the PhD. Alberto Davila and PhD. Rodrigo Jardim. The team has expertise in biology, computer engineering, systems biology and bioinformatics, in addition to blockchain specialists, of course. Abacus has 5 kinds of tokens. I. Report laboratory. A vast range of laboratory results, PCR, microbiological, biochemical, genetic, are tokenized using private metadata by laboratories then delivered to the customers. Subjects and patients can share those tokenized results with their physicians. E. Genomics report. Omics data resulting from diverse experiments are provided tokenized with privacy as default. Then only customers will have access to their sensitive genomic data. E. Utility. Utility tokens are services being offered as tokens. Your laboratory or company can offer a vast number of services as tokens that will be listed in our bazaar. Then customers can buy them and redeem your services. IV. Tokenize your code pipeline. Listed in our bazaar, then monetize it. And V. Curated database. Curated datasets are highly desirable in the omics domain. Here you can tokenize your curated datasets, list them in our bazaar and monetize them. Abacus is in the alpha test at the moment. Our preview to change beta is Q1 2023 and mainnet in Q2 2023. Come explore with us the possibilities of Abacus. Cheers.
Welcome, and let me introduce you to Actalist project. Actalist is interactive NFT marketplace where all sales are confidential and NFT access can be customized by the NFT owner. And now let's see the features. On Actalist, you can announce upcoming NFT sale, create engagement by utilizing different types of auctions, get automatically verified with peer review to exclude spam. Actalist acts as a central place to promote your NFT works. And the beauty of it, Actalist runs natively on Secret Network, making all transactions private by default. And the NFT owner has the freedom to decide what part of NFT should remain private, meaning no one else can access private data contained within NFT without owner's permission. This opens a whole new era for NFT and NFT-related projects, making it possible to store any real-world data on blockchain. There is a documentation to help you get started. Landing page also highlights the upcoming auctions, and now let's see how they appear on the marketplace. This is a testnet version, and there is still a lot of room for improvements. These auction sales are upcoming, and users should be able to set a reminder to be notified when a particular auction sale begins. When that moment comes in, this is also indicated by the running progress bar. You can conveniently navigate auctions that fulfill your search criteria and perform actions like placing a bid, retracting a bid if bid is already placed, and finalizing auction sale. Let us walk through a typical auction sale to better explain the whole process. Under Profile Assets, you can manage and overview your NFT assets. Imagine you want to sell one of NFT items in this collection. Then you copy collection address and navigate to create auction form. Here you drop the address, import NFT items, and select one that you would like to put for sale. Preview on the right provides you with hints. Once NFT is selected, you can proceed with auction details. You set the minimum bid. Currency token will be any that provides transactional privacy. You tell whether auction will start directly or at a specific moment in the future. Set duration in hours. Also provides some appealing sales pitch to stand out for your potential buyers. Now auction details are finished and we are off to the last step with approvals. In the last step, you see the price structure, how much you will get paid for the successful auction. You need to grant permission to Actalist smart contract to transfer NFT on your behalf. Done. Final disclaimer. And we are off to create the auction. Approve the transaction. Congratulations, you just created auction sale on Actalist platform. But before auction sale is put online, it has to be verified. As you see, it takes 3 positive verifications to get approved, or 2 negative to get disapproved. Approvals need to be completed by eligible reviewers, and this is how model verification looks like. Now that auction has been verified, it appears on the marketplace, and depending on the case, it is either directly available for everyone to participate, or you can set a reminder if that auction starts in the future. Actalist project has been well received by the community. We are thrilled by all your feedback that motivates tremendously. We just hit testnet, and on the way to mainnet, we will be holding multiple testnet challenges where everyone is welcome to participate. Users can collect so-called Acti points for completing tasks. There will be different tasks and many challenges on the way. The score will reflect your contribution and effectively your privileges when Actalist is live in production. From the feedback we received so far, we drafted the following roadmap that goes for the next half a year. In November, we continue improving documentation and we are fixing several pain points in UI. In December, we will be improving performance and overall user experience. In January, we are going to add NFT creator space with possibility to design your own NFT. In February, we are adding another auction type with fixed price sale, and we want to settle legal compliance. And then in March, if all points are implemented, we can start preparing for mainnet. This plan is ambitious, and hopefully we can grow our team to make this happen. If there is any way you think you can support our project, please reach out. We will be happy to hear your ideas and make this project joint success.
Hey guys, it's the OneNet team here. First and foremost, let me thank you guys for allowing us to speak at Secret Summit and kind of give you guys some updates, some basic rundowns about the projects that we're building. Just to clarify, we're building both OneNet platform and the Bushi third-person competitive shooter. And we'll go into a little bit more in depth of what those are in just a little bit. But let me go ahead and introduce myself. So my name is Leon. I'm co-founder over at OneNet. have my hands in quite a bit of everything, from marketing, legal to UX and UI for both the video game and the platform. But that's me as like a basic rundown. I don't do too much, but Mr. Badger here, for example, does way more than I do.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mr. Badger, and I'm also a co-founder and a game director for Bushi. I also do a lot of the UX design for the platform and Bushi as well. I have my hands in multiple areas, primarily in the lighting, level design, and making the gameplay feel good and fun. So we've been making this game for 2 years, and hopefully everyone loves it. So I'll give it off to Philip.
Hey, I'm Philip. I'm also a co-founder. I also handle the creative direction for the game and the platform. I also create environmental art and technical art for the game, so I make sure that the scenes are pretty and the game functions properly.
Very nice. So we're going to do our best to do this in one take. So don't mind us if we mess up here and there. But let me go over the basics of OneNet and some updates that we were able to give you guys. So OneNet in general is a video game distribution marketplace. So what that is kind of like just a very basic version of a decentralized Steam. But we focus heavily on being able to provide developer tooling in the form of SDKs and APIs that kind of just streamline a video game developer's development process. So things like dedicated matchmaking services, cloud storage, social networking, all of that is what we're kind of aiming to provide for a lot of these developers. And we're steadily on our way to building out the platform, which we actually are able to show you guys a little bit of a sneak peek of what it is that we've been building. So let me go ahead and show you guys what the platform is kind of looking at. So this is a very bare bones example of what it is that we're building. You can see here that it's a platform. You have your store, your market, your library. You also have your community pages and just some filler for these little slots here. But you can kind of see them as different video games that you can explore and you can look at. So you can go here, you can hit install, you can update, and then you can actually hit play. So this is basically what we've been up to for the platform itself. I want to get to more of the fun thing, which is the video game itself. So Badger, Philip, you guys can go ahead and just explain what it is that we've been changing, what we see here on the page right now.
Yeah, so already you can see the animations are improved from our initial pre-alpha testing. We still have a bit of a way to go on the animations, but overall the readability is way higher, and the way that that's impacted gameplay is awesome because it feels way better to play now.
Yeah, and another major thing we've been working on a lot is a lot of the mobility and a lot of the gameplay features itself has been overhauled and improved. Wall running and parkour has been improved majorly. You can pretty much wall run and hang on to every piece of geometry on this map for the most part. So that has been a lot of balance tweaking, and it feels a lot better, a lot smoother, and a lot more fun to play.
And really, it's just great to see Cataclops too.
Yeah,
it's an awesome character.
Yeah, so we've been building this pretty heavily, extensively for the last 2 years. We're ready to launch this in January. We're actually able to also showcase it at Decentrals for people to actually get their hands on. And it went amazingly. It went swimmingly. A lot of people really liked it. We offered the controller support for Decentral. Mainly it's supposed to be mouse and keyboard, but you guys will be able to grab your hands or put your hands on the video game itself coming soon. So that's pretty much what we've been up to, and those are the projects that we've had. We're super excited to have you guys play the game. We're super excited to let you guys or to experience the game with you guys. So just look out for January, and we'll be able to be in the Bushi world together. So thanks for having us on here again. Go Secret. We'll see you guys later.
Hello everyone. On behalf of Xavier Capital, I'm excited to present CryptoClerk. CryptoClerk is a non-custodial digital asset management platform that allows users to maintain complete control of their assets while interacting with Secret Network modules, tools, and DApps simply by connecting their Kepler wallet. CryptoClerk was created to provide greater compliance tooling for Secret Network users, builders, and businesses as Secret DeFi continues to expand and mature. Through the use of viewing keys, CryptoClerk empowers users to easily analyze and process their transactional activity and reward details within Secret Network from a single interface, as well as streamline the process of tax reporting preparation. CryptoClerk also provides redundant access to core network functionalities such as sending, receiving, staking, and wrapping assets that are generally associated with wallet providers. On the main portfolio page, users are able to visualize their Secret and SNP20 token balances and associated DeFi positions from a simple user interface that allows users to add or remove tracked assets and positions at their discretion. Balances and open positions viewable include total liquid assets, staked secret, single-sided staking, and LP tokens. Under the Manage Assets tab, users can interface with the Secret Network and effortlessly send, receive, and stake Secret and SNP20s, as well as convert between Secret and Secret. Under the Secret Tools tab, users will find links to available bridging solutions applicable to the Secret Network, as well as links to other prominent Secret Network DApps whose interactions can be viewed on CryptoClerk. Under the Rewards tab, users are able to view their staking rewards data for Secret and SNP20s and actively track daily and total rewards, as well as total earnings based on current and running prices. Under the Secret NFTs tab, users can create collection permits and display a variety of Secret NFT collections, as well as download their associated public and private metadata. Under the Transaction History tab, users can visualize all of their activity within the Secret Network on the Transaction History dashboard. Available data includes number of transactions, amounts received, sent, staked, and unbonded, total staking rewards, as well as generalized transaction analysis and comprehensive fee history. Users can choose to visualize their Secret and SNP20 transactional activity within a traditional data table that includes detailed column headers to indicate all relevant details. Users have full flexibility to filter, hide, and/or organize data based on any time frame or applicable transaction details, and have the ability to export their transaction history for tax reporting obligations or business records. I encourage you all to visit CryptoClerk's website and follow us on social media to stay up to date with our development, and let us know how we can improve the Secret Network user experience surrounding analytics and compliance tooling. We hope to continue to improve our functionality and value proposition for the Secret Network community as we mutually grow.
So what is DIBS? DIBS is the best way to register a custom domain name. It is a website that allows you to claim any Web3 identity you want. By operating on a decentralized blockchain, it eliminates the need for traditional domain naming services. The problem is the current Web 2.0 system doesn't actually let you own your domain. You pay an annual fee to rent your name for a limited time, and the ownership remains with the domain registrar. New Web3 services have solved the ownership issue of legacy DNS systems, but they operate on public blockchains. This means anyone can look up the address that owns a domain name and see every transaction that address has ever made. DIBS operates on a privacy blockchain called Secret Network, which chooses privacy by default. You have full control of which info you want to share or don't want to share, allowing complete privacy. Simply put, DIBS approves upon the idea of blockchain domains by bringing complete ownership, security, and privacy to traditional DNS services, allowing true Web3 domain names.
Hey Secret community, DigiLine has been working on a project that we are super excited to share with everyone. We all believe in a decentralized web, and having decentralized DNS will be an essential part of that. Secret Network, and now Secret DNS and DIBS are going to work together to enable the most optimal form of DNS on blockchain. If you're a developer or investor looking to get involved with the project, please reach out to me at gino.bernardi@digiline.io. All right, thanks again. See you soon in the metaverse.
Hi everyone, I'm Lucas Mianzola, and it's my pleasure to introduce Equity. We help artists monetize their music careers without the record label. In a recent interview with Russ, an independent artist, he explained, you don't need a label. They're not doing anything for you that you can't do for yourself. And it's not just Russ who thinks this way. Media research reported that self-releasing artists' market share is increasing steadily for the first time ever. Market share has increased from 1.7% in 2015 to 5.3% in 2021, representing $1.5 billion of total market revenue. So if you're a music fan, you might be thinking, great, there's no better time than now to become an indie artist. I've seen that all the tools I need are cheap and easily accessible online. I'm going to make my own beats in Logic Pro, distribute them with DistroKid to platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, and TikTok, then collect my royalties with Songtrust. And soon enough, I'll be making a living off my music streams. Right? Right? Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but competition for streams is getting fierce. More music is being released on streaming platforms than ever. In September, Universal and Warner's CEOs cited 100,000 daily uploads to Spotify and other DSPs, up from 70,000 just a year and a half ago. Standing out from the crowd has never been harder. Now, you might be wondering how many artists are actually making a living from streaming. In 2021, 16.5 thousand artists made over $50,000 and 9.5 thousand made over $100,000. Considering 8 million artists are listed on Spotify, that's only 0.2% and 0.1% of artists, respectively. At Spotify's average rate, it would take 12.5 million and 25 million streams to hit these payouts. So, how can artists actually make a living in today's digital world? According to industry expert Ari Herstand, author of How to Make It in the New Music Business, artists need to focus on building and monetizing their greatest asset, their fans. With the rise of the passion economy, where people are monetizing what they love, even just 100 superfans is enough for an artist to make a living today. Superfans are willing to pay significant amounts for expertise, services, or content which helps them build their own brand. Capitalizing on this demographic is key. But still, $1,000 from each fan isn't pocket change. How do artists provide enough value to fans to get there?
Hi everybody, my name is Milad Garamian, co-founder here at Equity, and helping artists monetize their fan base is why we've created Equity. Equity is a digital music store for artists to sell high-quality music, to sell copyright licenses to collaborators for remixing, for example, and to provide perks for fans, like concert tickets. These are all verifiably tracked on-chain while protecting the content from unauthorized use, thanks to Secret Network. From our understanding so far, we're really the only Web3 platform of its kind today. While Equity is a tool for artists to monetize their superfans, with direct licensing, we think it can help them discover those fans. By buying a license to remix token, when a fan uploads their song for sale on our platform, the artist will not only monetize through royalties from remix sales, but they can also see who is passionate enough to spend time and energy building on their content. Many venues today support digital QR codes as tickets. We can put these digital images on-chain for full transparency so users can trust there is no foul play in awarding sweepstakes-style perks. And the data will be private, again thanks to Secret Network, until the ticket is awarded to the rightful winner or winners.
Currently, we have our proof of concept apps up and running on Secret Testnet. Right now, the minimal app supports artists uploading tracks to the store and the downloading and streaming of the purchased private audio. Additionally, purchased audio is available to download in a wide variety of formats, such as AIFF, WAV, and MP3. Our roadmap is subject to change, but currently we are aiming to release our song marketplace on Secret Mainnet in Q1 of next year, followed by adding the ability to bundle perks with songs by Q3, and finally, licensing music directly to fans for remixing by the end of the year. So again, I'm Luca, and my co-founder here with me is Milad. We know we have the technical capabilities to make it happen, and we're excited for a busy 2023. And that's all. Thank you for having us here at Secret Summit.
Hello everyone, this is Calvin from Finna. It's my pleasure to talk to you in Secret Summit today. A lot of you have known us for developing Finna Wallet, which is the first mobile wallet on Secret Network with DApp's integration. Today I will be introducing you another flagship product, Finna Card. Currently, there is no easy way to spend your crypto asset. To spend your crypto in real life, you have to go through the unfriendly user workflow of sending your crypto to a centralized platform, which means you have to download an additional app, register for a new account, not to mention you have to wait up to 15 minutes for every transaction confirmation. Besides, we all know centralized platforms are highly risky, especially seeing what happened to FTX. We don't want to leave our asset there for even a minute. Here is our solution. What if you can top up a crypto prepaid card directly from your favorite non-custodial wallet without downloading new apps or registering new accounts? You can spend your crypto asset anytime, anywhere with just a single private transaction on Secret Network, so you don't have to expose your spending habit publicly on-chain. This is what we are trying to build, the world's first Web3 prepaid card that is compatible with non-custodial wallets, allowing decentralized users to spend crypto assets easily without sacrificing privacy. Users can manage their Finna card through our web portal like a normal DApp. It works as simple as connecting your Kepler or Finna wallet, and you can top up your card balance and check transaction history. We will also integrate Finna card natively on Finna wallet to provide the best mobile experience for your crypto spending. As mentioned before, you can top up the card with Snipe20 tokens on Secret Network to protect your privacy. This is a perfect use case for privacy chains, and we believe it can onboard a lot of users to Secret Network. Finna card comes with different tiers. Users can choose the one that suits their need to enjoy different rewards. For example, a blue card gives users 1% spending rewards in Finna token, while the black card gives 10%. The black card is, however, more expensive to acquire, since users have to stake $10,000 worth of Finna. Regarding our roadmap, we have launched our mobile wallet in August this year, and we have received a lot of positive feedbacks. Our next milestones are to launch a Finna token public sale in December this year, and launch Finna card closed beta in February 2023. The closed beta will only involve around 100 users since we have a limited number of cards available. Our target is to launch Finna card publicly in May 2023. If you want to know more about us, please check out our website at finna.cash. Please also subscribe to our newsletter in our website, as you can be whitelisted in our public sale and be the first one to try out Finna card when it is available. Thank you very much. I hope you all feel excited about what we're building. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me through email, Telegram, or Discord. Thank you, and see you next time.
Hey all, it's a geek here. Nice to see you on a Secret Summit. Today the core team behind the Lorem Ipsum metaverse is with you, and we would like to introduce you to our product. What is Lorem Ipsum? Lorem Ipsum is the 3D environment that has recently launched in the Cosmos ecosystem. It is an interchain tool that can empower crypto use cases and significantly increase the involvement of communities in various projects by settling dedicated 3D locations with a variety of handy features inside the metaverse. Let's talk in more detail about what exactly awaits you in Lorem Ipsum now. It all starts with private and secure authorization. Thanks to secret contracts, login to the metaverse is made private and thus protects any of your sensitive data. Moreover, you can decide on your digital identity in Lorem Ipsum. Be a Cosmos Voyager, secret agent, half android, or even a lizard man. When inside the Genesis location, you find yourself in a large space with multiple billboards used for events, live streaming, announcements, advertising, and more. Look around and you will see great artworks that are true masterpieces. It's the other geeks, native Lorem Ipsum metaverse citizens, living marks here and there. Time goes differently in Lorem Ipsum. It's divided into epochs and no one really knows when an epoch is about to end. In fact, it's up to the community to decide via governance proposals. Lorem Ipsum is governed by Geeks DAO, a community of geek NFT holders. The first epoch just ended and Geek Council members have chosen 12 most outstanding murals that were immortalized on Secret Network as NFT badges by being minted on Stash. We intend to create a seamless user experience that will help all users to smoothly immerse themselves in our metaverse. In order to succeed, we are working on a new website that will serve as both a portal and a control panel for Lorem Ipsum Metaverse. Upcoming release will include a choice of public access or private authorization, admin dashboard for distributed metaverse management, video scheduling and broadcasting into the metaverse, partnership and cooperation form and guidelines. We expect that Metaverse as a Service concept will attract a big audience and onboard lots of businesses both from blockchain industry and in real-life services in the near future. Services require a set of basic tools. Introducing to you broadcast feature. In the next release, users will be able to launch both live streams and broadcasts of already recorded videos either from YouTube or Twitch. It can be anything from a promotional video to a music festival. And most importantly, you will be able to watch them side by side with your friends in the 3D space of the metaverse. Built-in chat will also allow users to communicate with each other. As said earlier, Lorem Ipsum is aiming to become a metaverse as a service. And of course, corporate locations require content management and administration. For the upcoming release, we are creating an admin dashboard. As an initial release, it will only be available for broadcasts management. However, in the future, with the feedback from the first users, we will be able to turn it into a powerful tool for managing any type of locations within the Lorem Ipsum metaverse. And now, let's watch the Genesis demo.
Serenity Shield, new era of digital protection. The loss of passwords for crypto wallets is a real problem, whether they are software or physical. Access to the wallets is no longer possible, and the assets they contain are then lost. Furthermore, in the event of a tragic event, since crypto wallet holders are the only ones who know how to access them, their assets are lost forever, to all. Serenity Shield provides the ideal solution. Not only can our users save their access codes securely and retrieve them if they are lost or forgotten, but they can also nominate third parties who will inherit these access codes in the case of a tragic event. When you register, you enter your information and access codes. You indicate the heir or heirs of your choice. You can even leave a video message for your loved ones. This information is encapsulated in an NFT secured by the blockchain. The secret network technology allows a total discretion of the issued smart contracts. Thus, the data entered will never be visible, and no one will be able to access it except yourself. Now you know that Serenity Shield will protect your access codes and pass them on to your heirs. You are in good hands. Your own. Serenity Shield, new era of digital protection.
Hi guys, how's it going? My name is Blake, aka SupDoggy. They only gave us 3 minutes to do this, so I'm going to keep it quick. I am the founder and lead developer behind the Starshell wallet. Now, in case you haven't heard about Starshell, it is a secure, private by default, non-custodial, free and open source Web3 wallet being built specifically to improve the user experience on the Secret network. Now, and today, for just a brief minute, I wanted to give you some idea of the privacy issues facing Secret network users on the web. And just like with any good lead, it starts by following your nose. Of course, I'm talking about extension sniffing. Yes, your browser stinks. Without any interaction on your part, every site you visit can immediately see all the wallet extensions you have installed in your browser. This gives sites even more data to build a digital profile of you and your crypto interests. Not only is this the most obvious privacy violation, but it is actually one of the easiest problems for an extension to solve. Yet we, Starshell, are the first and only ones to actually do anything about it. How we do that is simple. We prevent sites from being able to see that the extension is installed until you decide that you actually intend to use your Starshell wallet with that site. This is something that is so obvious, so simple. There's really no excuse to give a pass to those other wallets who claim that it might make a better user experience, but it's bullshit, okay? You want to see more? As a secret network user, do you actually know the full extent of what you're agreeing to with this Kepler prompt? No joke, this is a docs button. If a bad actor is behind this site, not only could they link your geolocatable IP address to every transaction you've conducted on the public ledger, but did you know that this is all it takes for that site to take all of your viewing keys for all of your tokens, fungible, non-fungible. They can see your token balances, your entire transaction history. For each one of those tokens, your private NFT metadata, and they can keep doing that long after you've left their site. Only once you've elected to change your viewing key can they no longer track your new activities. Not with Starshell. With Starshell, you have controls over what apps can see, what they can do. You will know before any of your private data is made available to these apps, and you can actually do something about it. Take back your privacy. Now, I hope this has given you at least some interest into what we are building, but it is really only the tip of the iceberg. We're also making considerable technological innovations with respect to soft wallet security, doing crypto in the browser, thwarting spoofing attacks, mitigating cold boot attacks, side channel attacks. There's a lot more resources online if you're interested in reading further, or if you want to be a contributor. We would gladly welcome more developers who care deeply about privacy and security and its critical role in Web3. My name is Blake. Thank you very much for listening.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed that over an hour of content highlighting the Secret DApp ecosystem. Kind of crazy to think that we could fill more than an hour with these updates from around the Secret ecosystem, but I have a suspicion the next time we do Secret Summit that we'll be up to 2, 3, maybe 24 hours of content around the Secret DApp ecosystem, just because that's the pace at which we're seeing interest accelerate in Web3 privacy. And Secret is still the strongest foundation that we have today for building these kinds of applications. Everyone you just heard from cares about building these products, not just, for an academic purpose, but they really want adoption. They want global adoption of these technologies, and so do we. So on behalf of the entire Secret ecosystem, I'd love to thank all of the DApp developers who contributed their videos. It was awesome to see everybody in one place. And of course, those will all be added to the Secret YouTube and accessible in their full raw form with the highest quality after the conclusion of the summit. So this now brings me to the Secret community, because whether you've got 1, 10, 100, 1,000 applications on the network, these applications need users. And users come from a community that's passionate about privacy-first technology in Web3. It comes from users who understand that the future of Web3 is going to be private by default. And they understand that privacy as a foundation allows us to build things that wouldn't be possible otherwise in a way that makes them sustainable and also secure. No one is contributing more to that effort than the community leaders themselves that are organizing the community into furthering these aims. So we're happy to feature community updates from Secret Agency and Secret University, who combined help us gain global adoption for these technologies and educate end users and developers around the world. And not only that, they convert members of our community into new agents and new developers who can then educate the next generation of users and developers of Web3 privacy technologies and applications. It is thrilling to see this all forming in our ecosystem in real time. This kind of emergent leadership is necessary if we're going to grow this ecosystem sustainably. So it gives me great pleasure to now hand things over to Secret Agency and Secret University. Enjoy.
Hey, I'm Sean, one of the leaders for Secret Agency DAO, and want to take a few minutes to introduce you to what we're up to, why it matters, and how you can be involved. So Secret Agency DAO, we are activating the Secret community to champion Web3 privacy. And this mission is much more than just a hollow agreement with the tenet of privacy. We believe that everyone who resonates with Secret mission also has the chance to contribute to that mission. And that's really where the Secret Agency comes in. So we like to say that every agent has a mission. In other words, everyone has unique skills and energy that they can bring to the cause of Web3 privacy. And we are the community pathway to help activate those contributions and make that possible. once somebody onboards into Agents HQ, as we call it, that really opens you into this beehive of activity. There are 9+ different working groups at this point, spanning beta testing, education, social media presence, international growth, university relations, and more. And then this agent's headquarters also has digital learning pathways like Secret School to help people get up to speed on the ecosystem so that they can be accurate and informed as they make their contributions. So my story, just for an example, a little bit of context, about 2 years ago, I took a red pill, which is a familiar analogy for crypto. I know, hopefully not too played out for me to borrow that. Red pill, blue pill. I took the red pill. I was beginning to read and learn about Bitcoin, and at the same time, a friend reached out to me and actually gifted me some crypto. He showed me how to set up a wallet, how to get started. And the realization that struck me pretty quickly was this, is crypto is the chance to reclaim extreme ownership of my financial future. It felt so much different than my IRA with Edward Jones, right? And maybe you have had a similar sentiment, a similar feeling as you got into crypto. And it was about a half a year later in one of my Telegram chats, someone mentioned Secret. And so I started learning and digging in, and this mission of privacy for Web3 immediately resonated for me. And I became a secret agent. I started attending the education working group calls, and I raised my hand for an open project to create this slideshow that was needed. And I didn't realize it at the time, but it was, if it were possible, it was basically another red pill moment. Because the first moment in my crypto story was reclaiming extreme ownership of my financial future. And then a few months later, taking on this open project with Secret Agency, that was the first step in reclaiming extreme ownership of my career. And I didn't have previous work experience in tech or crypto, but I knew enough to know what I was good at and then be willing to articulate that value to the right people. So it was a DM where I said, I'm a strong communicator, I'm a great learner. Here's how I can add value to the secret community right now. Fast forward 14 months, and I'm full-time in crypto, doing work that fits with my strengths at a pace that serves the lifestyle that I want to live, which is typified by health in every facet of my being. So I get to take walks and shoot hoops and lift weights during the day. And a little secret for you here, I often will do that even during my meetings if I don't have to talk too much anyway. And so I have margin to think and breathe and reflect during the day. And that's part of the beauty of the Secret Agency is, along with many other Web3 projects, this is the chance to jump in on a revolutionary approach to your career path. These opportunities really break the mold of a traditional approach to work. And there are two different playbooks for your career. I want to break those down here. The story of Web 2 work is you get into a long line, you strive to be chosen, hope you get noticed. If you're chosen, you pay your dues, you prove your worth, all in this effort that one day you can climb this hierarchical ladder and have made it, whatever that means. And as part of my career, before Secret, even having served as an executive coach to almost 100 senior leaders in some of the most esteemed companies in big tech, I will just say that a massive trend of almost every single one of these leaders is that very often they might agree that their life doesn't belong to them. It belongs to the company. And the demands of the role stretch far beyond their capacity to live as whole, well, healthy people that are aligned with their deepest values, which is why they were talking to me in the first place. And in many cases, this Web 2 playbook, you are forced to amputate parts of yourself in order to play by the rules of this cookie cutter system. And that isn't unilaterally true, but it is pervasively true. It's also possible to lose yourself and work unsustainably and be unhealthy in Web3 too. But it is pervasive in the hierarchical organizational structures that characterize Web 2. Now, the story of Web3 work, this playbook, it's very, very different. The moment you invest in a token and a project that you believe in, objectively speaking, you are now a co-owner of the project. But even more than that, through a program like Secret Agency, you have the opportunity to become a co-founder by rolling up your sleeves and bringing your unique contribution to the project. So using my story and the dozens and dozens of stories that I've seen through the Secret Agency, let's talk about how that plays out. So the first step is to really learn and immerse in the project, chatting with people, making connections, jumping into the middle of a network that looks like this versus standing in a line or waiting in a waiting room, hoping that you're chosen. So then you can begin to engage immediately and make small contributions when it's possible and when you see the opportunity. And as you do that and you're learning and you're growing and you're connecting, you can identify the needs and the growth opportunities for the project. You might see structural or operational deficiencies where you actually have the opportunity to bring your core strengths into those areas. Then the final piece that's very critical is knowing how to communicate that. So if you communicate and articulate how your strengths bring value to those areas, people will pay and compensate for your value in Secret Agency, in new applications built on Secret, or elsewhere, wherever you might decide to lay down your roots and immerse, right? So here's the invitation. You can step out of line. You can stop waiting to be chosen. You can choose yourself for the work you want to do. This is an invitation to take extreme ownership of your career by handcrafting your contribution to the Secret ecosystem. And there are really two different expressions of what this could look like. Path one, maybe there's an application that you learned about today or will hear about, and you think, wow, I would love to be a part of that. So follow that process. Learn, immerse in the project, connect with the community, engage immediately and make small contributions where it's possible. Identify the needs and the growth opportunities for the project based off of your unique perspective, and then communicate how your strengths bring value. That's the playbook. Path number two is it's ready-made, it's proven, it's the path that I walked, is become a secret agent. Working groups are available. You jump into this beehive of activity and you will connect with the people who will help you make your best contribution, because that's what Secret Agency exists for. So that's, I think, the next step for many of you to follow that playbook if it sounds at all like something that you want to jump into. So just visit scrt.network/agents. That will help onboard you into the HQ and open up these channels and help us understand how you're interested in contributing. Thanks for being here today. I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. These are the emails for the other leads who are helping shape the Secret Agency. Please reach out to me or to anyone on this list who looks familiar or you might happen to know is leading a group that you're interested in. We look forward to helping you and every agent make their best contribution to the cause of Web3 privacy. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Alex, lead and co-founder of Secret University. I hope you all are enjoying Secret Summit today. Today, I wanted to show you some of the progress we've made over the past couple months while working on our developer education material and our developer experience-focused platform for builders on Secret. The new Secret University platform is a hub for developer education and developer opportunities for those building on Secret. We've included established programs into the site, like Secret's community-curated bounty list, which provides seasoned devs with the opportunity to work for the network and earn sizable bounties for proof of concepts that in some cases could become real businesses. With the university's launch right around the corner, we're focusing on improving the learning experience for our newest members and those just beginning their Web3 journey, but we plan to expand to more advanced topics in time. Key open source repositories used by developers on the network can be found on the repositories page of the website along with Secret University's own secret boxes. These boxes are pre-configured starter applications that strip away the complexity of configuring your own developer environment and will provide you with an environment where you can start learning by coding right away. Additionally, we know that people learn in different ways, and we want to cater to as many developers as we can. So we built Pathways, which are courses that can handhold a developer through many topics using written lessons and multiple choice quizzes. And for the learners who prefer to get started by watching a quick developer screencast, we've included support for video uploads, which can be found on the community resources page, along with technical articles written by members of the community. All of the resources on Secret University can be created by any contributor. Anyone can sign up to become a contributor to the university. After approval, contributors can upload their own Pathways, secret boxes, articles, and/or videos, and earn real rewards for doing so. Wow, I think that's quite a bit for our initial launch, but Secret University won't stop here. We want to actively make improvements to our existing platform and improve the developer experience on Secret beyond the ways we've shown today. But to do that, we'll need you, your thoughts and your opinions, to help guide us toward a more developer-focused, friendly, and supportive builder ecosystem on Secret. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, feel free to join the Secret Network Discord and send us a message in the Secret University general chat. I hope to see you guys around the university soon.
I can't think of any better way to close off Secret Summit than with words from the community themselves. And if you have not met a secret agent or interacted with a secret agent, first of all, I'm pretty sure you have. Maybe you just didn't know. But I highly encourage you to come into Secret's channels, to come into our community and meet these incredible people for yourselves. Everyone you've heard today speak about the network, speak about the power of Web3 privacy. I consider them to be a secret agent. I consider them to be deeply important to our mission. They consider themselves a huge piece of Secret's mission and ethos. And I believe that they are the key to our success. And as I said, without users, there is no adoption. So it's wonderful to see the community taking the lead on educating other community members, teaching them to teach, teaching developers to build, teaching developers how to educate other developers. That's the kind of community interaction that's going to feed back on itself over the decade to come. And I say decade very deliberately. As we've heard from all of our guests today, this is a very long-term process. Privacy does not get protected overnight. It's an iterative process. It is messy, it's hard, but it's essential. And the reason you see so many passionate people in this community is because they're fighters. They're willing to fight for something that important. There's a lot of crypto communities that don't really have that ethos behind them, or that don't really know what they stand for. It's solutions in search of a problem. With Secret, we know the problem. The problem is that we cannot protect privacy for individuals, institutions anymore. Web 2 privacy has failed. Web 3 has launched without privacy by default and privacy by design. We're here to fix those problems and to get the internet back on a better path. But we're doing that in a way that's inclusive, that's global, and in a way that's driven by the community as opposed to sold directly to the community. With that, I want to thank everybody who contributed to what you saw here today. I want to thank Guy Zyskind, CEO of Secret Labs, for his keynote, and I want to thank the entire Secret Labs team for their contributions, including their Developer Corner video. I, of course, want to thank them to their contributions to the network, what they've been able to build at the protocol level, how they've supported the ecosystem from its earliest stages. None of this is possible without their support, so thank you very much to the Secret Labs team. I want to thank our Cosmos panelists who contributed their time from all their busy lives around the cosmos, our privacy panelists who have been fighting alongside Secret for better privacy protections in Web3. We're really encouraged to keep fighting and learning alongside you. To our DeFi panelists who are showing us what a more promising future for inclusive finance can look like and how that finance can be composable in a way that provides universal value. I'd also like to thank again all of our DApp teams that contributed application videos. And that was over an hour of application features for the Secret ecosystem, which is unprecedented. I'm proud to announce also at this time that after the summit concludes, you can go into our channels, to our Twitter, to Discord and Telegram. We are sharing the ecosystem roadmap for the upcoming quarters. And that's including not only our roadmap for layer 1, but our roadmap for our application layer. This roadmap is the result of a substantial amount of work that's been done by the foundation, by the secret agents and those teams, and with the support, of course, of other teams in the network. We couldn't have done it without their help. Please show your support. If you can find that tweet for the ecosystem roadmap, we encourage you to share it because it's massive. It's massive. There's dozens and dozens of milestones upcoming, not only for the layer 1, but for the entire ecosystem at the application layer and beyond. All of our channel links are going across the bottom of your screen below. Jump into our Discord and our Telegram if you want to talk to community members more directly. Visit the Secret Network website if you're not on it already at scrt.network. And of course, you can follow us on project updates on Twitter. Just go to @Secret Network. You can keep in touch with all of us. This was, I think, an incredibly successful event. Our very first Secret Summit, our very first digital flagship event. That is something we can all be proud of. And especially, I'd like to thank all of you who've watched. Everybody, whether you've been coming in and out or whether you had your browser up for 5 straight hours, we thank you. We thank you for your attention. We thank you for caring about these issues, for caring about secret, for caring about privacy, and for caring about what the future of the internet actually will look like. For that, we're deeply grateful to you. We're deeply grateful to everyone in this ecosystem who contributed. I am deeply grateful, again, to the foundation team who worked tirelessly to set up Secret Summit and make sure that this went off without a hitch. And I think that we absolutely smashed it in a way that makes me super excited for Secret Summit's next iteration, hopefully in 2023. So again, thank you everyone for listening. Thank you everyone for helping put this on. We're deeply grateful. We will see you around the Secret Universe, and have a great rest of your week, your month, and happy holidays to those who celebrate.